Hey everyone, we'll be getting started pretty soon.
Anthony and Elizabeth, it's Max. I'm going to give the meeting pre-talk in just a moment, if that works for you.
Yeah, it's okay. You could probably wait a few more minutes. It looks like there
sure.
are still people more than dribbling in.
Sounds good.
We seem to have a population of 196 now, so.
I guess we can probably start
Sure.
with the other piece.
Sounds good. I can do that in just 1 second, if that works.
Sure.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. Welcome. If this is your first time joining us, everyone will remain muted throughout tonight's meeting, except committee co-chairs Elizabeth Ashby and Anthony Cohn, as well as presenters. Following the presentation, co-chairs will call on members of the public that wish to speak. At that time, you can participate by going to the reactions icon, pressing raise hand, and not the wave button or thumbs up button. And only press it once. If you press it a second time, your hand will go back down. If you're on the phone, it's *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. Please be on the lookout for a prompt asking you to confirm muting at that time once the co-chairs call on you. Please note the chat is for technical support only to help with Zoom software problems and not to ask questions of the co-chairs. They will not see the chats. If you have an older version of Zoom, you'll need to go to the participants section at the bottom of your screen where you'll find the raise hand feature there. Finally, please do not raise your actual hand or wave at the screen, because with as many people as we have tonight, the co-chairs will not see you. And that's it. And now Anthony and Elizabeth.
Thank you. Good evening. This is the welcome to the March or second March meeting of the Zoning and Development Committee of Community Board 8. I'm one of the co-chairs, Anthony Cohn. Before we begin, just there are a couple of housekeeping things because we are at 2:15 and probably growing still. One is that just to sort of notice to anyone who may or may not have noticed that there is a Rules and Bylaws Committee of the of Community Board 8 that is meeting next Wednesday. That would be the 31st. The topic of discussion there is the Zoning and Development Committee and its relationship to the Committee of the Whole Land Use Committee. So that might be of interest to some here. Then there's another tiny bit before we get to the actual content of our meeting tonight, and that is if I could get, and I apologize in advance to Max and Will on this, but if I could get a show of hands of those who intend to speak. Not board members, but non-board members, just to get an idea of numbers. Because if you're, oh, I see, no raised hands. Great.
They're coming now, Anthony.
They're coming now. Okay, all right.
Yes.
Just call me an optimist. No one has anything to say except for probably 100 of the 190, 221 now people who are here. Well, that's not so bad. Getting worse. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. So it's going to be a big group, obviously. Speaking. Well, on the one hand, I don't want to limit. I don't think Elizabeth and I, and we've talked about this in advance, we don't want to limit the number of people speaking or limit their time. On the other hand, I don't think any of us want to be here until the wee hours of Thursday morning. So let's try, it's not so bad. Let's try without a timer at first, and after, if people go on and on and on, then we'll have to do something else about it. And then, thank you. So if you can unraise all your hands, we'll now, the Blood Center Longfellow applicants are here, at least a number of them are. I see them both on picture and on their names and their images. So I think we can turn that over to them to get a report from as to where their efforts stand. Yeah. That was an error. Good. Okay, so I think we can unmute whoever is starting to speak for the Blood Center. It looks like it's Paul.
Paul first.
Selver.
Okay.
It wasn't. Thank you very much, Anthony, and thank you to Community Board 8 for giving us an opportunity to come here and make a presentation and answer your questions. I'm Paul Selver. I am a member of the firm Kramer Levin, Neftalis, and Frankel, and we are Land Use Council to the Blood Center. Tonight, our presentation will be given by Rob Purvis on behalf of the Blood Center itself, by Jamie Peschel on behalf of Longfellow, by Betsy Jett, who is also with the Blood Center, by Melissa Sarko, who is with the NEAD Architects, designed the building, and then I'll come in at the end to talk about some of the technical details. And with that, I'm going to ask Rob to start.
Sorry, I'm going to share the screen and I need to get access to screen sharing.
Oh, sure.
Apologies.
No
Thank you.
problem.
You can do it now.
Go ahead.
Okay. Very good. Thanks.
Hi.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Rob Purvis. I'm Executive Vice President at the New York Blood Center, and I just want to thank you for allowing us to present tonight, go through a little bit more detail on the project, and bring you up to speed as to where we're at. I wanted to make one real quick comment. There's 238 people on the call, and if any of you have donated blood in the last few weeks, thank you very much. If you are eligible to donate, please give us a holler. That's really what keeps us moving forward, and we appreciate everything that you guys do. All right, so the New York Blood Center's proposed redevelopment is critical to ensuring our continued viability into the future. The project is especially important today as COVID-19 crisis highlights the need for the city to have a robust life sciences community to respond to future pandemics. The proposed development is going to allow us to continue its life-saving work, help to position the city at the forefront of the life sciences research, and strengthen the city's ability to marshal resources of local institutions and businesses to respond to high health crises. The center has local partners. We understand that the community board is concerned about the project's impact on your neighborhood, but the New York Blood Center needs this project in this location to continue to thrive. The future of NYBC depends on the transformation of Center East into a new hub for the life sciences, immediately adjacent to institutions like Rockefeller, Weill Cornell, and MSK, so that we can modernize and expand our research facilities, integrate space for life science partners within the building, and maintain the essential proximity to these amazing healthcare and scientific institutions. Next slide, Melissa. Center East location is critical to the New York Blood Center. To remain here at this location is absolutely the center point and kind of epicenter of where we need to be. Since 1964, the success of New York Blood Center has been due in large part to the location adjacent to these specific academic research and medical institutions. The relationships we've built over the years with the neighboring institutions and scientists are invaluable to the success of past, future, and continuing long-term projects. The central location supports the day-to-day medical and scientific interactions, fuels the collaborations that expedite research discovery, provide accessibility to clinical trials in progress at neighboring hospitals, and facilitates travel for the scientists, the lab staff, the clinicians, and the faculty. But it also supports startups growing out of the adjacent academic research centers through the East Side Biotech Accelerator Program. Next slide, Melissa. What's the East Side Biotech Accelerator Program? Well, the New York Blood Center uses commercial collaborations to bring its discoveries to market. Things like new vaccines, products, drugs, and treatments. Currently, we share space in our institution with about 10 to 15 companies researching thousands of blood-related diseases, including HIV, sickle cell, Lyme disease, cancer, and kidney disease. There's a demand for many more such companies, but the Biotech Accelerator Program is currently limited due to the constraints of the existing facility. by bringing together the Blood Center and more bioscience entrepreneurs, the hub will catalyze new companies and commercialize the intellectual property coming out of New York Blood Center, fueling the life science economy in New York City. Next slide. So this is a picture of the applied research and development pipeline. Scientific collaborations are essential to our research outcomes. Physical proximity for day-to-day interactions with collaborators is essential to speed discoveries from the lab into new patient treatments and vaccines. These are just a few of the examples of NYBC initiatives that are leading directly to new therapies, products, and drugs, including current work with Rockefeller University on convalescent plasma treatment for COVID-19, as well as ongoing sickle cell disease initiatives with both Rockefeller and MSK. Next one. New York Blood Center must stay in its pivotal location to maintain these long-running collaborations with adjacent institutions and continue to build on these relationships. This slide summarizes only some of the numerous ongoing collaborative research studies with Cornell, Rockefeller, and MSK, ranging from the COVID-19 work that just started this year with Rockefeller, to disease biology of platelet disorder studies with Cornell over the last 10 years, to the cord blood transplantation studies that have been continuous for the past 20 years. Specifically, scientists from NYBC and neighboring institutions depend on the synergies that only physical proximity can provide to accelerate research progress through the day-to-day back and forth of the iterative complementary experiments, to facilitate the transport of time-sensitive research specimens between labs, to share access to equipment and resources, to enable impromptu interactions that are the lifeblood of collaborative research, and to promote the convenient exchange of scientific information. Next slide. We asked some of our scientists and our partners to explain in their own words why our location matters in maintaining and expanding the critical ongoing scientific collaborations. They talk about the need for speeding research progress, transporting patient specimens, facilitating impromptu interaction, and sharing scientific information. If I can just share a couple of the quotes with you. Accelerating research progress. In a current NYBC partnership with MSK's Stem Cell Engineering Lab, it took only 1 month of meetings, some of those impromptu, and an iterative series of experiments at our respective locations to reach the same milestone of progress that took a full year to achieve with New York Blood Center's German partner for the exact same technology. For the research can flourish quote, the investigators' laboratories being as close as they are allow this research to flourish, and they would come to a standstill if the center moves, which we would not be able to get critical patient samples to them in a timely manner. Many of these must be processed immediately, that coming from the lab of virology and infectious disease over at Rockefeller. Next slide. We need to replace and modernize our facilities, expand our commercial and academic collaborations, but we can't do it alone. Longfellow, who will speak in just a minute, provides the expertise in life science laboratory development needed to realize our vision, to transform the site into a vibrant hub for life sciences and a catalyst for biotech, bringing together the Blood Center as an anchor with the other bioscience research partners, including startups, graduate companies, and mature biotechs. Create a collaborative ecosystem that furthers life-saving research, drug commercialization, and scientific community, and most importantly, fuel economic growth in New York City. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Jamie Pichel from Longfellow.
Thanks a lot, Rob. Hey, everybody. My name is Jamie Pichel. I'm co-founder and senior partner of Longfellow. And just to provide a brief introduction of who Longfellow is, we are the largest science and technology focused real estate investor and developer in the United States that's privately funded. And we are a mission-driven organization. Our sole focus is on providing space for the solutions to humanity's greatest medical problems and creating space for new ideas. Longfellow has a portfolio of over 8 million square feet across the United States that is specifically dedicated to the science and technology space. We provide the space that allows companies to flourish as they make their journey down the progress of creating new therapies for our most urgent diseases. And that process takes over a decade and costs billions of dollars. We also are focused on building long-term relationships with research-centric institutions, including New York Blood Center, and also allowing for the focus of life science growth in the private industry as well. We think that the Center East project is a phenomenal opportunity to display the values of both New York Blood Center and Longfellow, and we are proud to be a part of this project. I know that there's been a lot of talk about the BSL-3 category, and I want to hand it off to Betsy Jett from New York Blood Center to talk about BSL-3 designation. I'd like to say just before this that as far as Longfellow is concerned, we as an institution do not have any BSL-3 labs across our portfolio because they're not generally used for commercial research. I will also say that we all need to recognize that without BSL-3 labs or any other BSL level labs, there would not be a resolution of the AIDS crisis or addressing the needs of our most desperate populations. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Betsy to give you more information about this.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Betsy Jett. I'm the Senior Vice President for Quality and Regulatory Affairs at the Blood Center, and I oversee our safety, environmental health and safety department. We currently have one BSL-3 lab in our existing facility. We've in the past had up to 2 operating since the 1980s without any incidents. So I just want to reassure you that the building of a BSL-3 lab is not a new initiative associated with the new building. It's something that we're just bringing forward current functionality that we already have existing. So we've used these labs in the past during doing research on HIV, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, and in fact, our early work in the BSL-3 lab using hepatitis B virus helped lead to the first vaccine for that disease. We are heavily regulated in our laboratories by multiple agencies at the federal, state, and local level. The BSL-3 labs are registered with the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene and comply with CDC and NIH guidelines for its design and use. A BSL-3 lab is pretty typical for an academic research institute that does any work with infectious diseases. And I think you'll find that they're present in many of our neighboring institutions as well. So our plan is to replace our current laboratory, not to expand into anything more than we already have operating. And as was previously mentioned, Longfellow does not plan on putting any additional BSL-3 labs in the other areas above us. And with that, I will turn it over to our next speaker.
Great, thanks, Betsy. I'm Melissa Sarko with Eniad Architects, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the program of the building and its physical attributes. So what you have on the screen here is just a pie chart showing the different programmatic areas of the project, all of which are completely dedicated to the life science research function of the project and the support spaces necessary to make all of that research happen. So the New York Blood Center program, which is shown in blue, is 35% of the building square footage. And the Longfellow Life Science Research Laboratories are shown in orange, and those represent about 65% of the building. There are other functions of the project, like conference space, education space, innovation and interaction space, specialized research cores, which are available to all building occupants and really provide that mixing area for new ideas to flourish and for knowledge transfer to happen amongst the researchers in the facility. Just to zoom in a little bit on the site itself, the buildings in blue are some of the neighboring institutional and community facility buildings. The Center East project you can see between 66th and 67th Street. Directly to the north is our neighbor at Julia Richmond. Diagonal to that is St. Catherine's Park. We are bordered on the east by the New York Public Library, and to the south across 66th Street is the Memorial Sloan Kettering Breast Center. Thinking about the context of the project siting, we are proposing to locate the main entrance of the facility to the north, where we'll be receiving, pedestrian traffic coming into the project, with a smaller entry on 66th Street, as well as the service entrance to the building. So loading docks would be located on 66th Street, where they are currently located in the existing facility. To the right of this slide is a blow up of the ground floor plan, where you can see the main entry on 67th Street, along with an elongated public lobby and interaction space, which will run the full width of the building. Many of you know the building now and has very solid and opaque brick walls, so this will be quite a difference for the facility to have some transparency and ability to see some of the activity within the building. That lobby connects through to 66th Street and also gives access to a large flexible multi-purpose room that can be used for a number of different educational and community events, as well as a cafe. In blue are some of the programs for the New York Blood Center that are public facing, including their Project Achieve, which is an AIDS research program, as well as their main blood donation center. Also on 66th Street is the loading and waste pickup. So all of those bays for trucks will be internal to the building. So there won't be trucks stacking up in the streets. And there's also a small parking area for New York Blood Center's fleet vehicles that shuttle some samples around. On the left side, you can see the stacking of the building. Again, color coding it. The blue is the New York Blood Center program as the institutional anchor of the project. And the orange is the Longfellow commercial laboratory spaces above. There are 3 floors of mechanical, which are necessary to support the research that's happening within the building. And there's additional 2 floors of space below grade. I also wanted to take a moment just to reiterate that as a building dedicated to life science research, it comes with some very specific and rigorous planning requirements to support that program. So at the top of the page is just an example of some of the lab planning modules that we work with when designing laboratory facilities. Everything is planned on a rigorous 11-foot module, which kind of corresponds to the spacing of the research benches. And then likewise in the plan dimension, we try to hold this 55-foot dimension outside of the building core, which includes 22 feet of enclosed lab space for specialized equipment, and then a 33-foot zone for an open bench area, which includes the research, where the research really actually happens at the benches, and then some space for note-taking and write-up for the researchers. Also sectionally, because of the intensive needs of the research environment for air exchanges and for dedicated exhaust systems, there's a pretty significant amount of space that's taken up above the ceiling that you don't really see when you're in the laboratory for all of the systems that support the labs, and also for some more robust structural systems that help to limit the vibration of the building for when that research is actually happening at the desktop. And then just to show how that gets translated into the building that we're looking at today. On the left, the stack shows that 16-foot floor-to-floor height, which is the result of those specialized mechanical needs. That stacks up so that the building height in totality to the top of the screen wall is 334 feet. And then on the right side, you see two examples of the different plan scenarios for the building. The bottom plan in blue is the New York Blood Center plan, which is essentially filling out the full site footprint. But it also shows that there's the 11-foot planning module, and some of those critical lab dimensions are evident on this floor plan. And then also on the upper floor plans in orange, those same planning dimensions are evident as well. The 11-foot module, the 55-foot zones for laboratory space at the north and the south of the building. And we are trying to hold setbacks on all sides of the upper portions of the building, but we are also trying to maintain a 30,000 square foot floor plate, which is an ideal size for different research groups of different sizes to come together and perform the research that they need to do. This is a view from 67th Street of the main entrance. So you can see the expansive and transparent lobby at the ground floor, and some of the character of the building, the base of the building up to a height of 84 feet, and then the upper floors above that are set back from the building base. And then a view from above showing the building in the context of some of the other buildings within this community. And with that, I'll turn it over to Paul Silver, who will talk a little bit about some of the regulatory process and other technical details of the application. And Paul, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Start again. Thanks, Melissa. I'd like to start by talking a little bit about St. Catherine's Park before we get to the regulatory issues. It's an important feature to the members of the community, and it's important to the Blood Center as well. The Blood Center has been proactive in addressing the park. Very early in this process, we met with the Friends of St. Catherine's Park. We've met with them since then, and we continue to be interested in hearing their views and sharing sharing developments on our end with them. We believe that there's been a constructive dialogue there. We've also retained Matthews Nielsen Landscape Architects. They're one of the city's leading landscape architects, to prepare an analysis of the park's needs and to translate those needs into concrete proposals for park improvements. And finally, the Blood Center studied, as part of the city environmental review process, the impacts of the project on the park, including the incremental shadows that will be thrown by the new building. There are 6 analysis days that are part of this process, that are part of the secret protocol: the winter and summer solstices, the spring and fall equinoxes, and a date that is in mid-spring and mid-summer. The analysis times were, as required by the secret protocol, taken at Eastern Standard Time. However, on every analysis day other than the winter solstice, New York City is on daylight savings time, meaning that a shadow measured at noon, by way of example, standard time, is actually experienced by the public at 1 p.m. daylight time. To address this difference, and in order to provide a description of the shadow impacts that matches the experience of the park users, we'll reference daylight savings time in discussing the way the spring, summer, and fall shadows move across the park. There are a couple of larger pieces of learning from the shadow studies that we've done. The first is that the project has no meaningful impact, no meaningful impact on the park during the winter. It adds only a minor amount of shadow for about 30 minutes between 2:30 and 3, and you can see that here on the studies that were done on December 21st. The second is that the absence of new shadow on the park until the afternoon, and it does not start until the afternoon, means that the light levels for plantings will remain classified as a full sun horticultural condition because there is at least 6 hours of direct light. It also means that the existing vegetation will continue to have a healthy growing environment. So in fact, in the spring, summer, and fall, the park is largely in sunlight. The shadow does not reach the park until about 2:15 daylight time in the summer and 3 o'clock daylight time in the equinoxes. And portions of the park remain in the sun for up to 2 hours after the shadow first reaches the park. So now we'll look more closely at the individual days, starting with the equinox. First, as you can see, the equinox, next slide. Until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire park is in sunlight, both the sitting and the playground areas. The sitting area and the playground area stays entirely in sunlight until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And portions of it continue to be in sunlight until about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, all of these being daylight time. Going to the mid-spring summer date. Next slide. Which is May and August. The entire park is in sun until about 2:30 daylight time. The entire sitting and playground area is entirely in sun until between about 3:30 and 3:45 in the afternoon daylight time. And portions of the sitting and playground area continue to be in sun until between about 4:30 and 4:45 daylight time. And finally, at the summer solstice, the entire park is in the sun until about 2:15. And the entire sitting and playground area is in the sun until about 3:45 entirely. The shadows from the project at the solstice never cover more than about 60 to 70% of the area of the park. So those are the basics of the shadows. The studies will be in the EIS. We're happy to answer questions about them tonight. Turning to the zoning, we'll start with the existing zoning. Next slide. This is the map. You can see that along 2nd Avenue, there is a C19 zone to 66th Street and a C28 zone. Below that, both of those zones have the same basic FARs, 2 commercial, 10 residential and community facility. The difference between the two is that C28 zones permit entertainment uses, C19 zones do not. The mid blocks are R8B. The New York Blood Center site, as you can see, is zoned R8B. And on 1st Avenue, there is a similar zoning to the zoning on 2nd, except that the C28 zone is to the north and the C19 zone is to the south. In order to develop Center East, next slide, there are 3 actions that are required: a rezoning, a text change, and a special permit. The rezoning would do 2 things. First, it would relocate the boundary between the C28 and the C19, 1 block north, 67th Street. And second, it would remap the blood center site to a C27 MIH zoning district. The avenue frontage remapping will make the existing theaters on the west side of 2nd Avenue, which today are allowed only by special permit as of right. And the remapping of the blood center will permit the development of a scientific research and development facility to complement the work of the blood center. And let's talk about what the rationale for the rezoning is for a few minutes before we go on. First, it advances 3 critical public agendas. It gives the blood center a new state-of-the-art home in which to carry on its mission of providing a safe blood supply to the tri-state region and of engaging in groundbreaking research as it has done historically. Number 2, it ensures that the enormously productive collaborations among this complex of institutions in the area, Rockefeller University, Weill Cornell Medical Center, Memorial Sloan Kettering, and the Blood Center, are not aborted, and that each can continue to benefit from the relationships, all the others, relationships that have been developed over a generation and more. And finally, it will create a world-class life sciences cluster that is anchored by the area's medical and academic institutions and includes companies that are in the business of turning these institutions' research into life-saving advances. Such a cluster will be an important step in advancing New York City's policy of becoming a leader in the life sciences. The Blood Center site is also an appropriate candidate site for advancing these policies. This is because not only does it have proximity to the institutions, it is also a 5-minute walk from 3 subway lines that connect it to Midtown, Lower Manhattan, Queens, the Bronx, and Brooklyn. It's uniquely suited for redevelopment with a building suitable for the life sciences because of its size, shape, and its history of non-residential use. And it is not on a typical R8 block. It's a block, and it's not in an area in which it's in an area where numerous mid-blocks include buildings ranging from 12 to over 30 stories. The second action is an amendment to Section 7448 of the zoning resolution. Section 7448 was originally adopted and subsequently amended to facilitate the development of life science uses. The proposed amendment would allow the City Planning Commission by special permit to authorize the site-specific actions needed for this proposal, a flexible mix of institutional and commercial scientific research and development facilities in the building, and a modification of height, setback, yard, and signage regulations. The sites to which this amendment applies are limited to sites, the C27 sites are limited to sites that are large, over 40,000 square feet, and are located in this community district. The third action is the approval of the special permit pursuant to the amended 7478. Next slide. The building that would result is a building that has 16 stories. Next slide. It's coming. There it is. Has a base height of 85 feet, a height of 334 feet to the top of the mechanical screen around the roof. It has 452,000 square feet of zoning floor area, about a third of which will be the new home of the Blood Center, and the balance being institutional and commercial partner space. The next two drawings illustrate on the left, the rear yard waiver, and on the right, the height and setback waiver. The rear yard waiver allows the building to be built to each of its east and west lot lines above a height of 23 feet. And it includes a portion of the building both on the west side, or the left side of the drawing, and a portion of both the base and the tower, about 5 feet of the tower on the east side of the drawing. Go back for 1 second, Melissa. On the right-hand drawing, you can see the height and setback waivers. The building, because it is built to the lot line along each of the streets, is required to have a 20-foot setback at 85 feet. And to maintain, if it were as of right, to maintain a 2.7 to 1 sky exposure plane. And the building design, which, as Melissa Sarko has said, is driven by the uses and the function of the program, requires that those rules be modified. Finally, we get to the signage waiver. It would allow signage up to 40 feet above grade, which is higher than the 25-foot height limit in the C2 zoning district that is proposed. It will also allow a greater surface area of signage on the buildings, up to 500 square feet on each frontage, rather than the total of 150 square feet that is allowed by the C2 regulations. Next slide. So what does Center East bring to the city? First, it provides the Blood Center with a 21st century home in which it can continue its critical life-saving work. Second, it maintains the scientific collaborations between the Blood Center and its neighboring institutions, collaborations which have helped speed research discovery that are key to medical advantages. Third, it supports workforce educational and development programs for careers in science. Fourth, it will provide flexible space that's necessary to encourage life sciences companies that come to New York City to grow in New York City, to stay here and become mature organizations. It will make possible collaborations among academic and clinical institutions and the life sciences companies that will expedite the development of research for their treatments. And it will create a world-class life sciences cluster that will help make New York City a leader in the life sciences, something that the city is to do. And that's the presentation. We're happy to take questions.
Okay, great. I guess that's my ball. I'd like to ask Paul a couple of questions since we are the zoning meeting and you're the land use attorney. And it was a lovely and nothing else, over complete presentation. But I do have a couple of questions specific to the zoning requests. And the first one is, and I still don't understand why, aside from out of the goodness of your hearts, you want to legalize the movie theaters on 2nd Avenue, it's necessary to rezone the 2nd Avenue block fronts. So that's the first question.
Can I answer that just so that we don't?
Please, please.
Right, good.
Yeah.
So
one at a time is much better.
I would venture to say that that's not critical. We were following. We actually commissioned a planning study by the firms HR&A and Urbanism Advisors. Urbanism Advisors being the principal being Purnima Kapoor, who's a former executive director of the Planning Commission. The planning study recommended that we do both. They thought it was sensible if we're going to ask for a remapping in the mid-block to a C2. It was reasonable to bring the C2 one block north and address that, bring those movie theaters into an as-of-right situation. I don't believe that it's essential for our rezoning. I don't believe that it makes a difference in terms of the logic of what we're asking for the Blood Center. But I do think it's a reasonable proposal, and the community board, the city planning commission, the city council can make of it what they will.
Okay, and then you spoke, and you did this actually the first time as well, but better this time even. You spoke about how this kind of zoning change can only happen in Community Board 8 and only on lots of 40,000 square feet, 40,000 square feet or more, sorry.
Nope.
Is there any reason why this action couldn't be used as a precedent for a similar facility, let's say on 94th Street or somewhere else within Community Board 8?
Okay, well,
in other words, somebody assembles a 40,000 square foot lot, which is not impossible in this town, as you know.
Not so easy though.
I didn't, yeah, but they could,
I guess there are a couple of things. Number one, the purpose of this rezoning, the public purpose, has a very significant economic development rationale. That's not to say that people have rezoned for affordable housing too, so you could have a rezoning for affordable housing, but I don't think that there is any other site in Board 8 where you have a complex of institutions that is as rich as the complex of institutions is here. And what makes this site special and what makes this the kind of the site that makes it, if not impossible, very, very difficult to replicate the conditions here, is that the Blood Center is part of a larger complex of institutions. And these institutions the city hopes will form the basis of a cluster of institutions and companies that is comparable to the kinds of clusters that have developed in Cambridge, Kendall Square, in San Francisco, at Mission Bay, the life sciences clusters that will drive the city's economy, life sciences economy, so that it becomes a leader in that area. So you won't have that condition. Number two, this site has historically been a site that has not had residential use. And in order to assemble another site, you would have to disrupt a lot of people's lives. And doing that is both very time consuming and very expensive. To do it on a speculative basis, to come in with a project like this, where you don't have the proximity to the institutional complex that you have here, is something that, I think we don't see happening again. And I think does not, is something that you could reasonably distinguish, and the city could reasonably distinguish from what's going on here because of the disruption that it caused and the time that it took. I mean, nothing is impossible, right? But take this.
And in fact, Paul, not to cut you off, but in fact to cut you off, what about the 72nd and York, the Sotheby's site, is in fact almost within a hair's breadth as large as the current Blood Center site. It is in close proximity to other medical institutions. It would displace absolutely no one, or at least no residences. And I don't think that's unique within the district. And so I'm just making the point, and we don't have to get into a discussion about it because time will soon be very short, that it is possible that this is something that could be then replicated in the future. And just one tiny minor point, this was a residential neighborhood, and this was a residential site, and was a residential site up until 1930, when the New York Trade School tore down 6 or 8 5-story buildings to build itself. I mean,
Okay.
lack of a better way of describing it.
But with all due respect, we're not saying that's precedent for this. If somebody has to
I
wait
understand.
80 years,
Yeah.
80 or 90 years before you can do this again, it's not.
But the Sotheby's site isn't 80 or 90 years. It might be 5 years or 10 years. I just asked the question and you've answered, and I appreciate it. And then I guess the only other thing that I would ask you about, and I know that this is relatively typical in these large sort of rezoning real estate developments, is that not only are you asking for a change of the zone, you're also asking for special permits to in fact violate all of the bulk regulations of that very zone you're transferring into. That's a kind of yes or no question. That was a statement.
The answer to the question is we're asking for not all of them, I don't think, but.
Well, think about it. It's rear yard. It's
good.
rear yard, front
we are asking for waivers of the basic rules, yes, but they're rules that would apply apply in many of the zoning districts of the city. So.
Yes, absolutely. Okay.
And they're not idle waivers. I mean, we're not.
No, not at all. Idle
They're-
is the last thing.
They're
I think
driven
we
by
characterize
program.
as.
They're driven by the in many ways by the shape and size of New York City blocks. So they're fairly typical of projects that have very specific programmatic needs, as this one does. And they're just, the test for whether they should be granted is whether they meet the findings that are required by the special permit. I just want to say one other thing, Anthony, and that is I think Sotheby's is already zoned C5 too, so it would hardly be precedent for a rezoning of the Sussex.
No, I understand. Yes, you're absolutely right. It
just,
is zoned.
And Sotheby's is on an avenue, and there are, if somebody wanted to change the use of Sotheby's, they would be in a very different situation than we are today. But that's that would be a different decision, and I don't think this site is precedent for that kind of a change. If somebody wanted to do it.
Okay. I think we're going to open it up first to members of the public. It looks like we have, yeah.
We actually have our state senator and our
that's
council
right.
member
That's
here.
right. I'm sorry. I have totally forgotten. Forgive me. And so please let's call on Liz Kruger, wherever she is.
Liz,
Hi,
you can.
everybody.
There you are.
Hi, thank you. I'll be very brief because I see there are 292 people on tonight, and maybe all of you want to speak, and that would be fine with me. It's rare for me to jump into this issue, this kind of issue, because I totally respect it's a city government issue, it's a community board issue, a borough president, a city council issue. But I have to tell you, I urge you to think hard and long before you actually support this proposal. I have a great deal of concerns. It's too big for this site. It yet again violates mid-block rezoning. And yes, we all have examples in our lives of having lost a fight or two when we shouldn't have and live to regret it. And I still live to regret the rezoning fight we lost when I was first running for office at Memorial Sloan Kettering, a fabulous institution, wanted to build a way too tall tower mid-block. And they got what they wanted, but it was the wrong thing for the community. And they had alternatives then. And I'm confident there are alternatives to this. So I'm happy to go into more detail at another time, but I suspect most of you who are here tonight actually want to say exactly the issues that have brought me to this conclusion. So I really appreciate your allowing me to jump into your local city government meeting tonight. And for those of you I haven't seen for so long, get those shots, they're there. We're all gonna be able to see each other soon. But stay safe, stay healthy, wear the masks when you're not in a Zoom box. Thank you very much for letting me interrupt, Anthony.
Thank you, Senator Kruger. And now, on a more local note, somewhere we have Councilman Kalos.
And don't forget Pandora. She says hi. Anthony, I just want to thank you. You're doing a great job. And I love Liz Kruger. And she is more than welcome to weigh in on local issues. I weigh in on state issues all the time. She does not get enough credit. We would not have won the ERFA rezoning without her putting all of her might behind it. And there's so many things. We work as a team on the east side. And I appreciate her taking time from negotiating a 160 billion or so state budget during a pandemic to come in on this issue. We do have to share her with the rest of the state nowadays. So in December, there was a public scoping session that was held to assess the environmental impact of the Blood Center's 330-foot tall tower that would have on St. Catherine's Park, as well as JREC. Since then, we've learned that the proposed building would include a biosafety level 3 BSL 3 laboratory, which are considered high containment research laboratories intended for study of highly infectious pathogens. As a frame of reference, COVID-19, which has debilitated our city, our state, our country, our planet, is only BSL 2. In 2016, the city's Department of Health and Mental Hygiene noted significant risks associated with these kinds of labs, including potential for accidental outbreak, which could severely harm residents in the immediately surrounding area. We learned about this information after the scoping session, which raises concerns about safety and the impact. So I guess a quick question for Paul, sorry, for the folks at Blood Center is just, why was this not included in the presentation you just made? And does this mean that we should go through scoping again so folks can actually weigh in on BSL 3?
Yeah, I'll, am I muted? No, I'm not. Okay. So, council member, I'll answer the question. I would also, if anyone wants on the team wants to follow up, I would be happy to take their follow up. But we did talk about the BSL 3 earlier. You know, you may not have, you may have arrived a little after we started, but it was part of the presentation tonight. As we noted, there is an existing BSL 3 lab at the Blood Center now. There has been since the 1980s, and they have operated without incident. The EIS is going to address the BSL 3 labs as EISs have for other institutions that have planned those labs. So it'll be in the EIS as part of that discussion.
In terms of the BSL 3, I think the concern is there's a difference between a nonprofit medical institution versus a for-profit office space where anyone can be working on it. Is the BSL 3 limited only to the nonprofit use by the Blood Center, or is it open to any of the tenants plus anyone who buys the site from you?
The BSL 3, let me try to answer the question. The Longfellow who spoke, Jamie Peschel of Longfellow, who spoke as part of the presentation, pointed out that in the 8 million square feet of space that Longfellow has built, they do not have a BSL 3 lab. They do not have that kind of a lab because BSL 3 labs are research labs. And therefore they are almost universally used solely by research institutions. I can't say that it's something else is never going to happen because never say never, but in the normal course, the only institution that would be using the BSL 3 lab is the Blood Center.
You mentioned the EIS. I pushed during the charter revision for community boards to get advance notice about pending ULURPs. That requires the City Planning Commission to send a notice to community boards in order for them to be able to certify something, which starts the ULURP clock. The community board just got a notice, which has a lot of people very concerned about the speed with which this is moving. Where is the EIS complete? When is it expected? City planning says they can certify in April. Are we talking about an April timeline at this point? When do you expect certification?
We are hoping, shooting to be certified on April 19th. The EIS is very far along, or the preliminary draft EIS is very far along. As you know, before the project is sent out into the public for ULURP review, city planning has to be satisfied that the draft EIS is complete and has to issue a notice to that effect. So the EIS will be done, draft EIS will be done at the time the project is certified and sent out to the community board.
When will the community board get the draft EIS?
I think they'll probably get it at about the same time they get the application.
And will we get the application?
I actually, the community, let me answer the question this way, because I don't know exactly how quickly the applications actually get from city planning to community boards in general. The way ULURP works is the community board is deemed to get the application 9 days after certification, and its 60-day period starts to run on that day. You may get it, the community board may get it sooner. I don't know. But the community board's period doesn't start to run until 9 days after certification, which would be April.
And how long is the EIS and the application ballpark?
I would not,
Dozens, hundreds,
answer that
thousands of
question.
pages.
Pardon me?
I've seen EISs that were this tall. Like, are we talking about like 10 pages, 100 pages, or 1,000 pages?
I don't know, is that we know exactly because we haven't had a notice of completion. I mean, I guess I could ask if, I believe AKRF is here with our group, if they could give a sense of what the size of the CIS might be comparable to relative to other EISs.
Well, I think this is Anne. I think it's a fairly standard size EIS. It's neither a 10-page nor a 1,000-page, but we don't do it by the page. We exhaust each technical area, and then we add up, we don't actually add up the pages. And then we have technical appendices. So there's plenty of information available.
I'm just concerned that you're talking about certifying in less than a month, and we still haven't seen what we need to. And even with the best,
you see it after certification, and you have plenty of time to comment on it during the ULURP period. You do not need to see it before certification because city planning hasn't said it's complete. So you have.
we disagree on that. I'm behind the charter amendment to give us what little time we've gotten. And I appreciate that you're here. With regard to a question that the chair asked Anthony Cohen, Paul, are you familiar with section 26-65C of the zoning code, which particularly relates to tower regulations in relation to public parks?
Yes, but we're not asking for a waiver of the tower regulations. I know you can't use the tower regulations when you're within a certain distance.
You're asking for a waiver of setbacks, which creates a tower.
Well, I don't want to get into a technical zoning discussion. I think I understand the question. If the question is, are we asking for a waiver of heightened setback regulations so that we can build the upper floors of our building, which are technically not a zoning tower, closer to the street? The answer is yes. It will be a 300-foot high building. It will be set back 15 feet from 67th Street. As you go up, that is, even at 85 feet, that is not quite the required setback.
Why does 26-65C prohibit tower regulations across from a public park?
You'd have to ask the drafters, actually.
I would posit because of the impact of the tower without the impact on the park.
It kind of depends. I would say you can still build a very tall
speculation. It's fine. So before I conclude, so Rockefeller University, we worked with them for 7.5 years. We're now opening 29,000 square feet of biotech incubator space. I would argue that with the TRI-TDI, we have made this district plus Cornell Tech. This is a tech hub. How many thousand square feet are we talking about in the blood center over and above the 29,000 we're bringing online for Rockefeller?
Of the non-blood center space?
Yep.
I'm going to give you actually, Melissa, how many square feet are in the non-blood center space?
In the non-blood center space, about 389,000 square feet. That's total building area.
Is that gross or zoning?
That's gross. Sorry, did you ask about zoning?
I didn't specify.
Okay.
So Ben, that's the answer.
Okay, so I would just say that in December, Community Board 8 voted 16-1 to oppose the project, and nearly a dozen residents joined me at my monthly First Friday meeting to express their concerns for the project. One thing I want to just say to the Blood Center is everyone I've spoken to at every been in your building, and I think even the Community Board, I won't speak for them, I will have to go back and reread the resolution. I think no one has a problem with the Blood Center. Everyone wants to see the Blood Center increase its height and density threefold. We want to support your programs. We want to support the amazing things that you're doing. We want you to be able to keep your footprint and where you are. And I think the big concern I'm hearing, and what I'm going to ask folks who are here, and I know there's 290 people who've been waiting through these questions, and this is how this works. You're going to have to keep coming out every step of the way, is folks want to support the blood center, and you could triple your density, you could triple your height, you could go from 2 stories up to 6 stories within your existing envelope. I guess it's just, what is the programmatic need for the Longfellow Commercial Tower when you can do it all on your own as of right?
Well, I guess let me try to answer the question in part. And if anyone else on the team wants to jump in, they certainly should. This is really a case where the interests of the Blood Center and the interests of the city of New York are coming together. And the Blood Center needs to be redeveloped. It needs to be redeveloped. It needs to be redeveloped. It would like to expand the East Side, the space available for companies of the type that use the East Side Biotech Accelerator. And it needs to be redeveloped in a way that protects its endowment for use in the protecting the blood supply in the case of emergencies and for research. So it needs a little help in terms of getting new facilities. The city happens to want these kinds of biotech clusters, where you have companies of the type that actually are in the accelerator now, or the type that would go into the Rockefeller University square footage, in very close proximity to not-for-profits that are doing research. Here you have, both for the Rockefeller University space and the Blood Center, not just the not-for-profit that's in the same building, but you have the cluster, the complex of not-for-profits that are in this area. So it's a particularly desirable situation for creating opportunities for both for melding life science research and product development. You know, we probably wouldn't be here if what we were doing wasn't consistent with New York City's objectives. But because of that, and because of the needs of the Blood Center, we believe that this project is meritorious.
Okay, Ben, are you?
Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you for
done
being
for
so
now.
generous. I am all set. This has to go through ULURP. We now have a timeline of April 19th. I'm asking that the community board hold another hearing before then, when we can get, as soon as we can get the application. After then, and for everyone on the call, we're going to keep doing this through the ULURP process. It's going to be 60 days from April 19th, and it's going to be a busy summer, and you're going to need to make your voices heard, and I will have your back.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Kalis. Now, there are 25 more people, some of whom, at least 25. Yeah, 25. No, that looks like more than that. Anyway, who would like to speak. I think if everyone tries to be really disciplined, we're going to start by letting people speak. Oh, and we'll do one bit of business before. Please don't repeat things that other people have said. Please try and confine your remarks to a single aspect of this extremely complicated project. Questions are always good. So we're going to start, against sort of probably Elizabeth's and my better judgment, by not timing people, but we'll start timing people if everybody runs on too long. But before we do, and I apologize for this, if I could get a show of hands of those who want to speak, who Could I get a sense of how many of you all are in favor and how many of you all are opposed? So that we can try and be a little bit fair about this. I see Susan Cooper is making a very appropriate gesture. But if we could, I don't know how we do this.
Anthony, if
Max
you,
will? Yeah.
if everyone will open up their reactions button at the bottom of their screen,
Perfect.
there is a yes with a green check mark and a no with a red X. I mean, actually count down 10 seconds so everybody can find it because it's going to disappear. So everybody
even
get
just a
yourself
rough
ready.
basis.
5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Now go.
No one has any feelings whatsoever. It's amazing.
Yeah, they're disappearing now, but they peaked about 60 in the no and about 6 or so in the yes.
Okay, you didn't happen to have kept track ever so slightly of whom some of the yeses might have been.
I wish I was that quick and deft.
Okay, well, we're going to take our chances. And I think that, why don't we start with Marty Bell, if we can find him.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
There you are. Yes.
You can hear me. Well,
Yes.
I was both a yes and no on that. I am here today to say I actually support the blood bank and the great work they do. In fact, if you can see my shirt, I went to give blood there today. But I'm also here to say that I do not support Longfellow Real Estate Partners of Boston or the obscene tower that they're proposing to build on the blood center site. If I can paraphrase my late grandmother, let me say to the New York Blood Center, if you lie down with real estate developers, you get up with a 334 foot mid-block tower in the heart of a residential neighborhood that blocks sunlight from school parks, creates potential catastrophic traffic problems that can delay ambulances and keep people who are sick from getting the care they need, that disrupts the way of life of the community for more than half a decade that the construction will take place. And after that would continue to disrupt the community with a commercial building with 2,600 workers per day coming and going. But I think there's actually, for everyone, a very easy way to look at this proposal that makes it simple. And that's, would we even be considering this 334-foot life science tower if the blood center wasn't getting in bed with the Boston developer? Of course not. We need to separate the blood center from Longfellow, and then I submit it becomes a very easy decision. The blood center lawyer talked about 3 goals: a new facility, proximity, and a life science hub. The first 2 relate to the blood center. The last, the life science hub, is all about Longfellow. It's a commercial project, and we need to keep them separate. If Longfellow came to the city and said they wanted to build a massive 334-foot life science tower on East 76 between 5th and Madison, or on West 89th between Columbus and Amsterdam, or any similar side street, they would be laughed out of city planning. No question, even without any issue about shadows on a school or shadows on a park, even without the street being perpetually crowded with school buses, with cross-town buses, people would ask, who's Longfellow? What else have they, what have they built in New York? If Jamie from Longfellow is on, maybe he could answer. Well, he doesn't have to. They've never built anything in New York. They would ask Longfellow, what have you built elsewhere? We could, if I had screen sharing, I would go and look at all the Longfellow properties. There's 8 million, but if you look at them, they're practically all 1- and 2-story buildings. And then, so we've got this Boston developer that's never been in New York that builds low buildings on campus settings, having the chutzpah to come to New York. They probably don't know what chutzpah is, but having the chutzpah to come to New York and say they want to develop a 334-foot commercial profit tower in the middle of a residential neighborhood. The New York economy is hurting, and life science jobs may be a partial solution, but without the blood center running interference for Longfellow, we all know this project ain't helping. Ain't happening, rather. So why is the Blood Center getting in bed with Longfellow to try and make this obscene proposal look reasonable? The Blood Center needs a new building. No one denies that. I was there today. I'll sign an affidavit. They need a new building. But I also read the draft scoping report, and the Blood Center admits, quote, according to the applicant, that's the Blood Center, their operations, visitation, and employment would not change between no action and proposed project. This means they can build of right within the current 75-foot zoning, a new facility that would give them all the room they need. In fact, their filings show the new facility they could build would have 229 square feet, whereas in the Longfellow Tower, they'd only take 206 feet. So they could actually build more space than they need. Mr. Purvis, representing the Blood Center, talked about physical proximity to the Weill Cornell and Rockefeller and Memorial Sloan Kettering. I think he said, I was keeping count, physical proximity over a dozen times. But building a new facility of right wouldn't change that by 1 inch. God bless, they'd still keep the exact same physical proximity. So now, what are the arguments? The Blood Center says they need this 334-foot life science tower on top that we all agree never in a million years would be approved without the Blood Center. They say they need these life science companies in the building to help their mission. In the presentation, the Blood Center had the balls to call these new rent-paying biotech companies their partners. That is a crock of dog poop. It is pure unmitigated crap. First, in their presentation last November, the Blood Center was telling us how great they were, and they had a slide showing all the work they were doing in Ohio, Texas, California, and Paris. But today, when Mr. Purvis came, he only brought the slide showing the work they're doing with Rockefeller, Weill, Gotchel, and Sloan Kettering. He forgot that first slide. Somehow, he just forgot that slide. Second, they say they're moving, in their filings, they say they're moving to Queens for half a decade while the proposed building is built. So clearly they can function for a couple of days or weeks or years or half a decade without being where they are and without these biotech companies an elevator right away. And I'm finished now. And third and most critical, we don't even know when this proposed tower would be finished, if there would be any life science companies willing to rent there. A New York Times article recently said, and I quote, "The life science boom is a boomlet at best." The key speaker to a recent real estate webinar where Jamie from Longfellow, who's on the call right now, was present, focused on life science hubs in New York. And she said, early finishes will do well. There are too many followers trying to follow the herd. There will be a bunch that are not going to be successful. People should be careful. The life science broad brush is false. Jamie, you're on. Do you remember Lisa Himmel saying that? Jamie?
He has to be unmuted.
Okay, well, I'll keep going. I'll give you the link. She said it. The problem is that if this project is approved and they're given the zoning they want, and then in 2006, which is the best case, the tower's finished, Longfellow finds out there is no life science companies that they're looking to rent to, then they can use the space for offices and residential use. And it's interesting, Jamie, who's on the phone right now, he said, and I've got this quoted, he said that the space that is built, that is the same space that life science companies want is, quote, the most attractive for luxury loft or condominium development, end quote. That's Jamie from Longfellow who said that about the space. So if there's no life science biotech startup companies, we know that they already know what type of use they might put it to. Finally, and this is my final point, I want to say that even if life science is still going strong in 6 years from now, and there are biotech startups looking for space, that doesn't mean it's going to help the Blood Center mission. That's what's important to remember. That's the real lie of this whole Longfellow scheme. I kept reading the words as I was getting ready for this presentation, biotech startups, and then all of a sudden a light went on. That's something I actually know about. My business for the past 3 years was funding funding startup companies, principally biotechs, both IPOs and seed financing. I and my company, we started Immune Response with Jonas Salk. We started Medivation for $5 million, which several years later was purchased by Pfizer for $14 billion. We started Elan Pharmaceutical with $5 million, and it went to $6 billion. Medisys went to $2.6 billion. Entremed with Dr. Jonas Salk, pretty famous guy, $1.2 billion. And the one thing I know is these biotech startups do all types of work, and most of them have nothing to do with what the blood center's doing. You know, it's like the blood center was a company making lace, and they come to us and say they want to build a tower for companies doing clothes manufacturing. There are very few of them that are going to be doing clothes manufacturing with lace. So talking about the blood center being a partner to all these biotech companies is pure crap. I actually went to a consultant I've used before. I gave him the link to the Lindsay F. Kimball Research Institute, which is the blood bank's research arm, and I sent him the proposal. And I'll finish by reading what he wrote. Dear Mr. Bell, I am a consultant and I work with venture funds and SPACs in the healthcare space. I have performed due diligence reviewing medical device and biotech companies ranging in size from early stage revenue to late stage commercial for private equity funds and family offices, including Essex Woodlands and Gorland companies in the past. As part of the role, I've attended meetings of the largest annual healthcare conference, the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference, held each January in San Francisco for the past 10 years. In my opinion, after reviewing the Blood Centers Research Institute's website, it appears the Institute is only seeking partnerships with companies competing in transfusion, cell therapy, hematology, and infectious disease spaces. This past year, over 600 companies presented at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. By my estimate, approximately 22% of the presenting companies would fit the definition of a potential partner for the Blood Center, if I accept the broadest definition of supported research. If the pool is narrowed to the areas of research being actively pursued by the Blood Center based on its website and other publicly available information, I believe the number would drop below 5% of presenting companies. Given the limited number of potential collaborators, it is highly unlikely and probably impossible that the Blood Center would be able to fill their proposed expansion with companies that support their current mission. I'm available if you have any further questions, and I will submit this letter to Will so he can post it on the site. Longfellow has 8 million square feet, I think they said, throughout the country. Most of it, if you look at their site, are small buildings. Jamie, unmute Jamie. How many of those companies are doing work today with the Blood Center? Or if you can't unmute them, I can give you the answer. It's none. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marty. All right, let's see. We're now going to, that was long. Shame on all of us. If we now have, we're gonna take comments from the public first in the order they're up, because most of them apparently will be negative. Please keep them short and to a single point. Will is gonna be utilizing his 2-minute timer, which I never want to hear. So Rob Feiner is first, wherever he is.
Good evening and thank you. I'm a resident of the Upper East Side, and I am appalled that we've been considering this. The fact that we want to just make a mockery of our zoning laws is just a slippery slope. I mean, why do we have zoning laws for mid-block height buildings to begin with? 334 feet will dwarf anything in the immediate neighborhood. We have a number of life science hubs in the area. We have the new Koch Cancer Center that just opened up on 74th Street and the river. We have Weill Cornell that's taking over the Church of the Epiphany location on 74th and York. We have the Roosevelt Island Center It's not like we don't have enough life science centers around. It's not like it's a dearth of these institutions. As well, if you want to build something on this size, you know what? Why don't you go down to what Sheldon Solo owns down on the river or First Avenue and 38th and 41st Street? Talk to him. It's a huge lot that hasn't been developed in 20 years. You could build there. You're two stops away from any of the medical centers that you want to be so close to. I oppose this. I think, when you say that the shadows will be only 60 to 70% coverage of St. Catherine's Park. Only? You got to be kidding me. This is the wrong thing to do. I support the Blood Center wholeheartedly, but they do not need to have this overkill of a building that I think Marty eloquently said may not even fill the amount of companies that they're projecting. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. And next we have Craig DeBona. I hope I said that right. If we can find him.
Okay, unmuted finally. Anyway, this study that the presentation they made tonight is so full of holes. If you could stand in a room with them and go point by point, it's the most disingenuous presentation I've ever seen. And to hear Paul, an attorney, say something like they need a tower to protect their blood supply. I mean, I can't believe you even said that. The things that people are saying going through this about Kendall Square. Have any of you people ever been to Kendall Square? The population density is not even close to the area they're talking about putting something where they have biohazards that are going to be in a place that are going to be going out in a truck and onto 66th Street. If I don't know if Paul lives in the area, but Paul, you should probably stand on 2nd Avenue and see what it's like to try to get a truck out from 66th Street onto 2nd Avenue. And this is going to happen on a regular basis with all these biohazards. This is insane. I understand you've got a job as an attorney, but this is totally wrong. For you to actually try to support it, I mean, the studies don't make any sense whatsoever. The traffic studies backing up down all the way to York Avenue. If you've ever come off the FDR Drive, you can't even get up York Avenue most of the time. What if you're in an ambulance? What if you're one of the many people that live in this area and you've got to get to Cornell Medical Center in a situation of life and death? You're not going to make it. So you're going to end up causing people to die. Is this really worth putting a lab here when the lab can go so many other places that are much more appropriate? If this was going on next to your house, have a conscience. Tell me what you would want. Would you really want it there? I'd love to hear you say it with a straight face, and I don't believe you can. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think we can accept that as a rhetorical gesture and not force Paul to talk about it. And next is Betty Cooper Wallerstein. I mean, you can if you want to, Paul, but you don't have to.
Hello, have I
Hi, Betty.
unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Hi. I am not addressing anything to Longfellow. They're a commercial operation. They've already expressed that it would not be a big deal to change the mid-block zoning. I'm going to talk to the people who are here from the Blood Center. The Blood Center has been a wonderful neighbor, and I'm really shocked. I don't know what's that in the background, but I'm really surprised whoever said that they like to see hands up for people who've given blood. You know, that's not the issue here, and that should never have been asked. Now, I am one of the 3 people who in the 1980s went to city planning to get the mid-block zoning. That was Helena Rosenthal from Friends, Jeannie Rice from Civitas, and myself from East 79th Street Neighborhood Association. We were successful in trying to get, we knew that the avenues were going to be a long call, a long, difficult issue. So we wanted to save the mid-blocks, which should have a lower height. And we did that, and we worked on it. And that's not even being spoken about. All the other issues. This location is critical to keep. I do appreciate that. that it's in a center with other medical facilities. But for goodness sakes, the blood center could even have a couple more floors on it. It didn't need to have to change the zoning. The blood center itself needs funding to improve as the things we heard about. But you're not being a good neighbor by insisting on a change of zoning. No one is saying that the blood center shouldn't stay in its location. And we disapprove of it. And listen, Memorial Sloan Kettering tried to get the mid-blocks, 3 of them, years ago. And I think that our group was probably the only one who ever sued Memorial Sloan Kettering and won. But this is an outrageous idea. And we have to focus on the fact that it is so hard to get the zoning that we need, that when we had the mid-blocks and you still have more room to be able to do work there, that we should not be doing what is being requested here. I'm finished.
Thank you, Betty. And now we have Floyd Kaminsky. Again, I don't know where you are.
Hello?
There you are. Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. What a very informative meeting tonight. And I thank the presenters on behalf of the project, as well as those who've spoken in opposition to it. You know, I'm a resident of 315 East 68th Street since 1981. My husband and I raised 2 children there. So we're very, very familiar with the public library, the pleasant access to St. Catherine's Park, the feeling of smaller scale buildings mid-block and the livability of our neighborhood. And what we're talking about in this is giving up the livability of our neighborhood. You know, it's a constant fight in New York City. We certainly have watched a dramatic change happening to the east of First Avenue. I see this project as being just an extension of that and eventually the obliteration of the residential neighborhood. And I just think that it's really important for the citizens and the city to push back. You know, not too long ago, we pushed back at Hunter College, a brilliant academic institution that wanted to rebuild the Julia Richmond High School into a science tower. And the community said, no, we want that to remain a school. You know, it's a school with lots of different populations of kids. Instead of just doing an environmental study, go and sit on 67th Street for any school day and see how many school buses come there and drop the kids off, and in the afternoon come and pick them up. We can't tolerate such a giant structure with all the new traffic and density, increase in density of our population. Thanks for giving me an ear.
Thank you. All right, and now we have Shannon Burkowski. Again, I hope I didn't seem like it was hard, but I hope I said it right.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. I am PTA president at PS 183, which is on 67th and 66th between First and York. I speak on behalf of myself, though, as a parent of school-age children. I appreciate the study and the presentation today, which talked about the specific times that St. Catherine's Park is in shadow. And I just want to make a point that those are the times that we are in the park. So school-age children are not in that park at 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. when it's not impacting when the building isn't impacting the park. We are there starting at 2:30, at 3, at 4 o'clock. That's when school-age children are in the park. So even if it's just a small time that the shadow is in the park at only those short time, those are critical times for school-age children. And as a resident of 67th Street, I also want to just say that I didn't see anything today about the impact it would have on traffic, on parking, on the crosstown bus, and especially also at Julia Richmond. There was no there was no talk today about the shadows on the school or how anything would impact those kids in that school. And I was a little disappointed to see that the presentation today didn't go any further. But I also agree with everybody else who's here, which is that the blood center should be renovated. But just this tower is completely ridiculous and shouldn't happen at all whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you,
And
Shannon.
Anthony, I'm going to jump in real quick. I think we just need to remind members of the public that if they do wish to speak, they need to use the raise hand button. And that once you call on them, you will have to confirm unmuting.
Right. Okay. And again, thank you, Shannon. My son went to PS 183, and it's a wonderful school. Okay, we have Marty Edelman. Wherever he is.
Well, I'm trying to get unmute. Okay.
There you are.
Thank you very much. Over the years, I've given over 11 gallons of blood, many of those gallons at the blood bank, and I want to see that blood bank remain there. If I walk the neighborhood, Memorial Sloan Kettering has been a responsible neighbor with some of their recent buildings. If you go to 327 East 64th Street, you'll see a 5-story structure. If you go to 353 East 68th Street, you'll see a 5-story structure. It fits into the zoning code and the neighborhood. And my last comment is, in addition to shadows over there, what about the crowds of some of the 2,600 workers coming to want to go and have their lunch or a break in that park? That's all the comments I have.
Great, thank you, Marty. And we now have from JREC, actually, Joshua Satin. Again, if we can find him.
Joshua, just confirm unmuting on your screen.
Hello, how are you? My name is Joshua Satin. I am I am the principal of, sorry. My name is Joshua Satin. I'm the principal of the Ella Baker School, building manager of the Julia Richmond building across the street. I think what I want to say is I kind of want to reiterate what everybody was saying. Liz Kruger, thank you. Ben Kalos, thank you. And Marty, thank you so much, and everybody else who is against this project. I just want to say, you know, the shadow is one thing on the playground, but we're also talking about the shadow on my building. And I think, I mean, I don't want to think of it as a metaphor, but I think, you know, just putting that shadow there and not allowing sunlight, those rooms are for District 75 schools. So right there, we would put a lot of kids in District 75 in the dark. And just not to mention the whole building. You look at the sidewalks, you know, that sidewalk scene is just a joke because that is not what it looks like on 67th Street. The traffic that it will cause for years to come in both directions on 67th and on 66th Street will just be horrific and just cause lots of problems along 2nd Avenue, not to mention First. I mean, I don't know. I mean, going back to, there's nothing great about this project for the Julia Richmond building and the community. Time and time again, here we are saying no to this kind of construction. So here we are again, saying no. Thank you all.
Thank you, Joshua. Andrew Fine is up next, and then Andrew Ravishir. Oh, wow.
Hello, thank you for taking a moment to acknowledge my comments. The lawyer for the Blood Center, you can quote him earlier as saying, quote, I don't want to get into a technical zoning discussion here, unquote. Well, there's a reason for that. It's simple. The reason is that technically this is not allowed according to our zoning laws, not even close. They're looking to quarter or 4 times multiply the space that they're legally entitled. Technically, they're adding 389,000 square feet of commercial space that is of no relation whatsoever to the New York Blood Center. Your shadow study is straight shady. It is based on a mere 3 days of the year, 2 of which are extreme examples. Even those examples show shade over the school and the park for the better part of the afternoon. To your shady shade study, I say boulder dash. You can have Abby Lowell defend you, but you can't tell me that the sun does not rise in the east and set in the west. This project is completely inappropriate and an abuse of our local zoning laws. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. And as promised, Andrew Ravishir is next. Especially thank you for being so brief, Andrew Fine.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Andrew Ravishir, and I'm a member of the general public who is very concerned about the climate change and public health implications that today's proposed development will have with its current height. A little background on me before I go further. I'm a cellular researcher that specializes in how urbanization and climate change impact organisms on a protozomal and cellular level. I've been published multiple times in peer-reviewed scientific journals and have more publications pending. Several studies around the world, but particularly in China and London, which are ahead of us on the overdevelopment curve, have demonstrated that buildings emit an exponentially greater amount of greenhouse gas emissions and use an exponentially greater amount of energy after 100 feet, or approximately 10 stories, and 210 feet after 21 stories. This increase, in turn, warms our city by trapping energy in the atmosphere, worsens our air quality through the trapping of particulate matter, and exacerbates the urban heat island effect. The urban heat island effect can be defined as the propensity of cities to trap heat and grow considerably warmer than the surrounding natural environment. According to the EPA, locales within urban heat islands can be up to 10 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than surrounding areas. While it may just sound like a mere inconvenience to live in a warmer city, this temperature change has a massive impact in rising asthma, cardiovascular, and infectious disease rates. That's according to the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority. New York has a monumental task ahead, rebuilding the city in a way that protects the viability, health, and environment both today and for generations to come. We need our future infrastructure to support public health and combat climate change. This project in its current form does not. Thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you, Andrew. Doing good. Bill Angelos is next. I don't see him, but then again, I don't have that many people.
Hello, anyone can hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for your time. I do appreciate it. My name is Bill Angelos. I'm the board president of 301 East 66th Street. We're adjacent to the Blood Center. And also the board manages a Facebook page, Eastsiders for Responsible Zoning. I just want to be clear. The board do support the Blood Center and its life mission and contributes in life science. However, we don't support the proposed development. Currently, the Blood Center has 160,000 square foot. As of right, there will be 200,000 square foot. With the proposed development, they'll be using 200,006 square foot. So really, zoning should not be an issue. Let's be clear, zoning should not be used to subsidize private organization. That is what's happening here. Longfellow is capitalizing on the Blood Center reputation and good name. That is what's going on here. I'd like to be in the issue of the St. Catherine Park. Also, the Friends of St. Catherine Park, the organization, they are not a representative of the community. If you go to the website, in the Going tab, It shows one with the plant life. Rock garden irises require 6 hours of daily sunlight. With the shadow cast on the park, it would be devastating on plant life. So Friends of St. Catherine Park are now representative of the community. If the community lets you know what the effect of the plant life on St. Catherine Park, take a look at all the trees outside of the blood center on 67th Street. They have 5 trees. One of the 5 had died and removed. The other 4 are sick. So that's the reflection of the blood center and Longfellow. They're looking to attempt to violate our quality of life in the community. That's what's happening here. If I may, I'd like to include the chat, the link to our Facebook page to anyone who'd like to join up for any news on the blood center. Thank you.
Okay, you can send that, if you send that to Will at the office, or he can put it in the chat or something like that so that we can make that available. We now have Julie Menon. Great. Thank you, Will.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So the Blood Center obviously does vital work, but their proposed 16-story, 330-foot tower will not actually alter the work that they do, nor will it significantly expand the Blood Center's office space. They currently occupy the full 3 stories of their current building, and if this project goes forward, they will continue to occupy only the bottom 3 floors of their new building. The rest will be leased to commercial biotech tenants, and we have heard about the dangers associated with that. We should clearly find another location for this project in one of the many biotech corridors that the city has. So, because if this project goes forward, it literally would violate one of the major central tenets of zoning, which is to never permit a mid-block rezoning because it's clearly not contextual in this neighborhood. As a former 7-year community board chair and as a former commissioner of 3 different New York City agencies, I can attest firsthand how problematic this zoning proposal is. If approved, it will truly set a dangerous precedent for the Upper East Side and quite honestly for the city as a whole, because it will open up the door like a Pandora's box to mid-block rezonings, which goes against the established zoning for this neighborhood. For this and for other reasons, such as casting shadows on St. Catherine's, which is a park that I go to all the time with my daughter, and its impact on Julia Richmond, I'm strongly opposed to this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. And next we have Kim Moscaratolo. I don't know, again, I don't see her either, but I'm sure she's here. There you are.
Hi, you said it right, thank you. I'm not going to reiterate what others have said. I will say I wanted to be open-minded when I first heard about this project because I wasn't sure what it would entail, and I know that we do have a housing shortage in the city, so I was curious to see if affordable housing would be a component of this plan. I was extremely disappointed to learn there would be no new housing, but also the majority of this new building would be for tenants other than the Blood Center. I've been disappointed with how the developers have engaged with the community, and there's no way that I think we should be supporting this plan as it stands. I have great admiration and respect for the Blood Center and the work that they do. I would love for them to be able to work with the community to come up with a plan that would allow them to do their very important work while also providing a real benefit to the community, but this plan is not that. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Again, that was awesome. Now, just in timing, I'm commenting on the comments. Now we have Rachel Levy from Friends of the Upper East Side.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Anthony, for recognizing me. I'm, speaking for Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts, a civic group in the neighborhood that is opposing this project. I don't want to repeat what others have said, but I'll just make a couple of additional points. So regarding the zoning precedent, it's been covered that the contextual zoning is really characteristic of the Upper East Side. Friends and others, as Betty mentioned, were instrumental in achieving this community-minded zoning in 1985. But I want to add that this would be the very first rezoning of a mid-block site subject to R8B. And so it will surely not be the last if this goes forward. Paul Silver mentioned tonight and other times as well that this has never been a typical residential block. But I will add that, you know, there were certain carve outs when R8B was mapped. This was not one of them. And so there's really no reason to consider upzoning this site for such a massive building. The building is truly massive. I want to give a couple of comparables. We're talking about a floor plate of 30,000 square feet. That's more in the range of buildings like the Freedom Tower, the Empire State Building, One Vanderbilt. These are not buildings that belong on a mid-block on the Upper East Side. In terms of shadows, we did our own shadow study with an urban planner, George Janes, who we work with closely. And, you know, to Paul's point about the plants that would, you know, retain their sunlight, that's all well and good, but parks are really about people. And the fact is that this is park, which is one of the only open spaces in this area of the Upper East Side, which is one of the most underparked neighborhoods in the city, would become really less usable. We also did a study where we measured the amount of natural light in the immediate area and found that portions of 67th and 66th Streets would lose more than 50% of their natural light. One final question I would just want to ask of Paul is what the consideration was of the East Harlem site that has been prioritized by the City for Life Science Development, and why that wasn't seriously considered.
Actually, I would be willing to answer that.
Please.
To answer that question, if I can.
Please do.
Okay, so there were 3 sites offered by the city. One was in East Harlem, one was in Queens, one was by NYU. The East Harlem and the Queens site both had the problem of not being proximate. And I know that people have maybe tired of hearing this, but the reality is that it is a significant benefit to the Blood Center. It is a significant benefit to the other institutions that they all be within walking distance and short walking distance of each other. And that was, if you will, a critical flaw with the East Harlem site. That's why it didn't work for the Blood Center. That is why it has not been spoken for, as far as I know, by other institutions that are looking for space. I also want to add one other thing, and that is this is not the first R8B rezoning. There was an R8B rezoning on the Upper West Side about 10, 12 years ago for affordable housing. And it did not open the floodgates to R8B rezoning. There is no reason to believe that this would be any different from the other R8B zoning in terms of precedent.
Okay. That was Rachel. I have a Craig Shemin. I hope that was close.
Yep, that's correct. Can you hear me?
Awesome. Yes, indeed.
Hi. I am a resident at 333 East 66th Street, 2 doors down from the Blood Center. I support the work the Blood Center does, but this project is just too much. I respectfully ask Mr. Silver to stop calling this a 16-story building that he's putting up. It's a deceptive description. A 16-story building would be about 160 to 190 feet. And he's talking about something that's twice that much. And there's only one reason he calls it a 16-story building. It's to make it sound smaller than it is. So that's pretty much what I have to say. I agree with everyone else. Not one word has been said about our neighborhood's quality of life. I believe the architect just talked about the building looking nicer. And this was done in the first presentation that I attended the community board last year, I believe it was. And that was the only mention of impact on our quality of life, that we're going to have a nicer building to look at. And I just don't think that's enough. I support the Blood Center rebuilding a facility similar to its current footprint. I support the work it's done. I had a quadruple bypass operation last year that I'm sure would have been challenging were it not for the wonderful work the blood center does. But I just think it's too much. It's a project that's just beyond the scope and needs of our neighborhood. And that's about it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. David Pandozzi is next.
Hello. I'm a local resident facing on First Avenue and often take that bus, the M66. And sometimes the traffic coming out of the buildings between York and First Avenue, you have to wait 10 minutes for the bus to reach you. They've got a parking lot in one of the buildings already over there. So if you're going to add more traffic for these two streets, you know, it's just debilitating to have to walk to 72nd now and try to get across town. Also, First Avenue between 68th and 69th has a lot of commercial businesses. It is totally like Fifth Avenue midday at lunch when all the people from the hospital come to this one block. When I walk out of my door, I mean, I have to wait like sometimes a minute or two for the crowd of people passing because they're buying their lunch and going back to the hospital. With 2,600 more people coming to this block for lunch, if they decide to, it's going to be impossible. 42 years in here, and all we've done is lose the sunlight from everything from the hospital. I'm looking now at a huge science building there facing my building at 1273 First Avenue, and we don't get the sunlight we deserved in the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. We now have Paul Graziano.
Hello.
Hi, Paul.
Hi there. Sorry, just trying to, I can't get a video up. Anyway, thank you for letting me speak. I'm here representing, I'm a consultant for 301 East 66th, just to let everybody know. The first thing, I don't want to repeat what other people have said. The one thing I will say is I'm amazed at the tone deafness of the presenters, considering that they presented the exact same proposal 3 months ago and have not altered it one iota based on the feedback from the community board, and elected officials. So that's the first thing I'll say. The second thing I'll say is, while the R8B, I know that Mr. Selver gave an example, the R8B has been inviolate essentially for 35 years. And I want to just remind people, this came up in the last meeting, the blood center already has blood on its hands, so to speak, which is that exactly 1 year prior to the R8B being adopted, the blood center filed in 1984-85 for a 30-story building on their site for a new blood center and residential condominiums above. And it was dropped once the R8B came into being. So to me, this is just a rehashing of a building that had already been proposed 35 years ago. And while the blood center may do great work for the community and for the city, there is no reason for this project to move forward. And as an urban planner, I'm appalled by the behavior of the presenters, as if this is just a normal, common day, everyday occurrence. And I guess you're only as wed to your beliefs as your retainer. So with that, I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Susan Cooper.
Thank you.
There you are.
Along with everyone else, the blood center is wonderful. Thank you very much. And but there's a couple of thousand kids who are right across the street from the building, and I applaud the principal for speaking out. But the building is also surrounded by apartment buildings housing thousands of more people. The upper floors, 65% of the building that's being proposed, are called partner or research floors. So who is going to collect their rent? And who is going to be responsible for the safety of those upper floors? And, you know, the labs, or there's a requirement for labs that are not even as sophisticated as some of the labs that are being discussed here, that requires the air to be transferred every 6 or 8 minutes, I believe. So that air has to be sent into the atmosphere and exchanged in the lab. So what happens to that air then? Does stuff fall out? Does stuff not fall out? And who is it going to fall on in this neighborhood? I applaud Marty Edelman's reference to the Sloan Kettering's buildings on 63rd and 64th Street. The one on 64th Street is beautiful. It is correct height. It is glass. It's very good looking. And it probably would be a wonderful addition to our neighborhood. However, they talked about a setback of 15 feet from 67th Street. But what about 66th Street, where there's going to be all of these waste collection areas and all of these delivery areas, and they're going to be delivering all kinds of interesting chemicals and such. This is not for a residential neighborhood. This is for a neighborhood where the commercial buildings are already approved.
Thank you, Susan. Oh, thank you, Will. Oh, okay. Now we have someone who is described as call-in user 1. Good luck finding this individual.
Is that me?
Yes.
Hello?
It appears it is.
Okay, quickly.
Could you identify yourself?
Could you identify yourself,
yes,
please?
my name is Linda Stewart. If the blood center needs more space for itself and wants it to be in the same site with collaborators, then it should move its entire operation to a different site. But I wanted to talk about the effect on the Julia Richmond School of 4 years of noise, of construction, dynamiting, cement trucks. No one could study or learn anything for 4 years. That's an entire high school career. And also they would have to keep their windows closed against the flying dirt when we know now with COVID that schoolrooms need ventilation. That's my comment.
Thank you. And now there is, Janine Leclerc. Again, I hope.
Hello. Yes, hi. I have a question for the attorney representing the Longfellow and the Blood Center. They mentioned why the East Harlem and the Queens sites that the city offered were not appropriate for them, but they did not mention what was wrong with the site near NYU, which would make it very close to the type of people they want to be close to. Why did they turn that down?
They're happy to answer the question, actually. So there are two reasons. First of all, the NYU site won't even be available for, I think, until 2025, as I understand it, which is longer than the Blood Center would like to wait before it begins this process. Number two, the relationships that this goes to being in the East 60s. The relationships that the Blood Center has with the institutions that were described during the presentation by Rob Purvis, and that are very deep and very long lasting. To abort those would damage and harm and subvert research that is going on between the Blood Center and these institutions. And it would take years before the Blood Center could come back and have relationships that were anything approaching that, if it were even possible, with the folks in the NYU corridor. So it's a question of maintaining existing relationships that have been tremendously productive, not ending those relationships at a cost to the vitality and success of the research functions that all these institutions have, and the problems with establishing a new set of relationships, and having to wait 4 more years before one can even begin thinking about starting construction.
Well, why would they have to give up these relationships for 5 subway stops, 4 or 5 subway stops
I think-
away?
Okay. Rob Purvis explained this during the presentation. What we know, and we know this not just from the experience of the Blood Center and what the Blood Center says, but we know this from what both institutions and the product development companies that work with them say in other cities, is that the ability to have a short walk from one institution to the other, or from an institution to a company that deals with product development, is a tremendous advantage in terms of advancing discoveries, making discoveries go faster. I think during Rob's presentation, he mentioned that there was a case where discovery had occurred over a period of several months because the Blood Center was proximate to one of the institutions that it was working with. Comparable discovery had taken over a year where the proximity wasn't there. There's a need to deal with, if you hold on just a sec, I'm going to pull the page, and that way I can go through at least the principal reasons. So I don't misstate anything here. Okay, it helps research go faster. It allows for easier sharing of information. It allows for impromptu interactions among institutions. It allows for the ability to get patient specimens from one institution to the other quickly and safely. And even one subway stop here or a cab ride, it can be critical. The need to avoid that can be critical in these situations. And the notion of collaboration works much, much better. And this is, sort of why cities are great. It works much, much better when you're a 5-minute walk from somebody than when you're a 20-minute subway ride. And almost any subway ride in New York, as fast as they are, is a 20-minute subway ride from door to door. So it makes a great deal of difference.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Let's see, we now have Maggie Lehman. There are just like maybe 4 or 5 more members of the public, and then we'll transfer to board members' comments. So next, we have, I just lost who it was, my fault. Maggie Lehman.
Thank you. Thank you. Paul and all the other presenters, I'm simply not going to repeat, but I'm going to amplify and echo every single comment you have heard on this call tonight. All of you presenters have been shamefully disingenuous to complain that that the Blood Center needs Longfellow and needs to be a 5-minute walk away from a hospital. Otherwise, you cannot collaborate. I'm going to echo what Marty Bell said. It's a you-know-what. I'm embarrassed that your proposal has gotten this far. I'm embarrassed for New York City and for the residents of every neighborhood in New York City. Your statement that this is for the good of New York City is also disingenuous. New York City is made up of living, breathing residents. Rachel Levy talked about it. Betty Cooper Wallerstein talked about it. I won't repeat the names. These are people who live in this neighborhood. These are students who travel by school buses from all over the city to go to Julia Richmond. If they can take a half an hour ride or a 45-minute ride to get to school, the employees of the Blood Center and Longfellow could forget Longfellow. It should be dead in the water. The employees of the Blood Center can take a subway ride for 20 minutes. That's why God invented coolers, so that specimens can be put into a nifty little cooler and be carried on a 20-minute subway ride. And collaboration.
Thank you. Thank you, Maggie. Anthony Barrett, I think, was next. Yes.
Hi, Anthony. Thanks for having us here tonight. I'm on the board of 301 East 66th Street, and I have three points I'm going to raise. First of all, block 1441, which is our lot, which is incorporated in the zoning application. We were never asked, or we never approved of this, and we actually do not approve of it and do not want to be included in the zoning application. That's our first point. Second point, Friends of St. Catherine's Park, which Paul Selva has been mentioned numerous times in their application and in comments, first of all, does not represent the community. We have been unable to get any comments out of them. They've refused to come to any community board meeting. Actually, Anthony, I'll request again that you try to get them to come and make an appearance at a park committee meeting. They've refused to do that. I'd also like to tell Paul Selva that two well-known New York City-based real estate developers, Taconic Partners and Nuveen, just borrowed $400 million to build a 400,000 square foot life science building on 125 West End Avenue. Now that's right on the other side of the city, and it's pretty far from all these institutions that they probably would like to collaborate with, but feel strong enough to do that. And just asking Paul, maybe they should have spoken to you first, as they're pretty experienced developers in New York. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. We now have Arlene Sulkus. Sulkus? Wherever you are.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. While I agree with everyone who spoke tonight, and I do agree with the valuable work that the blood bank is doing, I feel the photo presented at the beginning of this presentation is so misleading. I mean, it shows a beautiful lit romantic glass structure on a 2-lane street with absolutely no parked cars on either side and only one yellow taxi. No traffic, no buses, no trucks, no real life. And it is totally disingenuous. I mean, you think about the small lanes on our street with traffic on both sides, parked cars on both sides, traffic from York Avenue all the way through to 2nd. And if you imagine the way the building is set up on 66th Street, the trucks are supposed to pull out and pull into the building. They would have to turn to the left and back in. What kind of traffic will that cause? It's just unconscionable that a structure the size of this should even be considered to be built in a mid-block zone. The zoning laws were put in place for a reason. And the blood bank should stick within the confines of the basic mid-block zoning law right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Arlene. Okay, I've got just 2 more members of the public. Peter McGinnis And then we have someone who is called Phillips AirPad, which is interesting. But Peter McGinnis, please, if we can find him.
Peter, you'll need to confirm unmuting on your screen.
Then you'll pop up on mine. Here we are, 9 o'clock. Not too bad.
There you go.
Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you. Yes, my name is Peter McGinnis, and I am a resident of 333 69th Street and also former president of that 114-unit residential co-op building. In addition to all the number of things that have been mentioned here, I wanted to point out that the Form 990, which was filled out by the Blood Center, indicates that the chairman is paid $1,689,000 in compensation and has a number of staff being paid in high six figures. That's amazing. Also, an amazing $391 million in not-for-profit corporation that this Blood Center has made. All really very interesting. They say that they don't make any profits in not-for-profit business, but boy, this is an organization that has almost $500 million in assets, net assets after liabilities. So why is all this relevant? Well, because this is really a real estate transaction, a transaction that will allow the Blood Center to monetize our air, our light, our traffic parking, and our quiet neighborhood to its own financial benefit. This should be absolutely rejected out of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And the last member of the public, unless, well, somebody else raised a hand, but we're going to take the board next. This is the Phillips AirPad. If we can find him, Will.
Hi, yeah, my name is Philip Seliger. Sorry about the label on my Zoom call.
Oh, that's okay.
I was trying to figure that out. I want to, in addition to the shadow being cast on St. Catherine, I wanted to maybe raise the issue of light being cast at nighttime onto the neighborhood. And I don't know exactly whether these laboratories are a 24-hour situation, but I know that other labs down on First and York Avenue are lit up like a Christmas tree all day long, all night long. And that is disturbing to the neighborhood as well. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is the weird exception for the signage. What is going to be the big signage that's going to be on the building? Those are sort of the two issues I wanted to mention, which I believe have not been raised in this meeting. And that's it for me. So
Okay,
I oppose this construction at this scale.
Thank you, Philip. And I believe this will be, at least the commercial portion would be a 24/7 operation, at least from all that we've understood it to be. We have actually it appears that Lo Vandervalk would like to speak if we can find him. And then I promise we'll get to the board.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Anthony. My name is Lo Vandervalk. I'm representing Carnegie Hill Neighbors. And I want to draw attention to the earlier comments made by Senator Liz Kruger and Council Member Ben Kalos. We are opposing this project for two very principal reasons. One is the violation of R8B zoning, which we think is extremely important for all of the Upper East Side and the Upper West Side and so many of our residential neighborhoods. And also, we think that the shadows cast by on the Julia Richmond High School and St. Catherine's Park are very substantial, and as pointed out by other people, especially during the hours that matter in fact for the park, and which is in the late afternoon, and also for the high school. It has a very substantial impact, and that is the very reason why we have mid-block zoning. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Lo. We're now going to go to board members, and I promised, you know, a lot of them had their hands up, and I asked Will to put them down so I could keep track. If we could hear from Alita Camp first, that would be great. And then I'm afraid we'll have to do everybody else in the order they're in now.
That's only because I made a fuss. Thank you, Anthony. I'm going to start by quoting Bob Dylan. "You've got a lot of nerve to say you are our friend, because you're not. You're no friend, and you've shown a remarkable insensitivity to the residential neighborhood you intend to plop this massively oversized, overscaled, environmentally dangerous, and all of the other things that people have listed about this particular project." So let me make a few points, and then I'll end, since I'm in a quoting mood, with another quote. "You're confusing the value of the work of the Blood Center with the appropriateness for the neighborhood, and that's wrong. The Blood Center said that it can, as other people have pointed out, that it can do its work in an as-of-right building, and that's what it should do. The Longfellow project, or the Longfellow partner, which financial terms have been undisclosed and are opaque, is only here as a fundraising opportunity for the Blood Center, and it's not necessary." So that leads me to one question, which is, what is the financial arrangement between Longfellow and the Blood Center? What does the Blood Center stand to get out of this financially? Let's not forget, as other people have pointed out, that Longfellow is a for-profit entity making so much money that it actually has an investment vehicle on its website. Second of all, while you say that you're a life sciences, and you are indeed life sciences, you are ignoring the science of the necessity of air, the impact, the bad negative impact of shadows that affect the people in the neighborhood. So on the one hand, you're talking about the positive views of science, but on the other hand, you're ignoring the science that makes a difference for people in the residential community. I'd like to know what deal you've made with St. Catherine's Park that they seem to, or it's been suggested that they support this project, which I will just refer to as the Longfellow Commercial Tower, because that's exactly what it is. How do other hospitals survive? Is the only work that you do in the city for the benefit of New York Presbyterian or Memorial Sloan Kettering or the Hospital for Special Surgery? What does NYU do? What does Mount Sinai do? What do any of the other hospitals in the city do? Without you are being just a 5-minute stroll away? Why would you need a 400-foot sign or a 500-foot sign, something that's more than 4 times the size permitted, when the beacon of a lit building 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, that towers 334 feet over the sidewalk, will be a sign in itself, luring people much like sirens lured the sailors? And why did the city offer you space if space in other neighborhoods would be so detrimental to the quality of the work that you do? So the site is you talked about not wanting to disrupt by doing this kind of construction or development in another neighborhood because you would be disrupting that neighborhood. Don't you realize at all the precedent for disruption that you're setting, not only in this neighborhood, but around the city, and the actual disruption you will cause to the residents, to the school, to the users of the park, the users of the sidewalk, the people in ambulances, the people in buses, the delivery trucks, and every other user of the street, resident and business in the neighborhood? I just will end. I'm checking my notes because I had a page of notes, and I apologize for the little bit of extra time, but I want to end, and I just have to turn on my phone, with a quote from, if Rachel Levy hasn't already done this, sorry, a quote from the Department of City Planning when it created the R8B zoning, which is, The mid-blocks on the Upper East Side have a strong and identifiable sense of enclosure, scale, and coherence. They form enclaves within the larger community and offer a quiet refuge from the busier avenues. So this will disrupt that part of neighborhood character. It will also disrupt the residential character of the area. Notwithstanding what's going on east of First Avenue, school is a natural use of a community. The park, and the only park around, is a natural use of a residential community. The businesses are businesses that residents of the community use. They will be utterly disrupted by having this building with over 2,000 employees doing something that's very different, with labs that run 24 hours a day. And that danger to neighborhood character is one of the very things that the seeker analysis looks at. It's one of the 19 factors. So I ask you all of that, and just say that your blindness, your deafness to not only the overwhelming voices of the community, but those of the elected officials is astonishing. This should be rethought and moved elsewhere. Thank you very much. And thank you, Anthony, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Alida. I'm sorry. I'm not really, in some ways, I'm not that used to Zoom. So I sort of look at the little box, and the little box next to me happens to be Paul, but would someone from the Blood Center from the Blood Center team, like to speak to that, or should I just keep moving?
I think you should keep moving.
Okay, no problem.
For us to answer some of these questions is to take careful notes and to prepared to address them next time.
All right. Yes, Marco is up next. Marco Tamayo from Community Board.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Anthony. We can't afford to lose any more of our sunlight, negotiate our fresh air, or surrender our skyline. I agree with the Blood Center Research Building as a right of development, but this real estate Longfellow project addition is not feasible for our RAB residential district. Keep in mind, the air rights that the Blood Center is requesting does not belong to the Blood Center, but the Blood Center wants to do some real estate business venture. Also, if you can see the whole zoning district map of the Upper East Side, we can visualize that our whole district is predominantly RAB district. If it would be approved, that it would be a devastation for the Upper East Side. This proposal is an industrial use. Therefore, this is inappropriate for our residential district. Furthermore, to bring 5,500 people more to our community, it will create gridlock for traffic and paralyze mass transportation. In addition, the applicant never approached to the human error factor in controlling the hazardous particles to spread in our neighborhood, and nobody will be aware of these hazardous spread conditions. Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, Marco, for your comments. Michelle Birnbaum is next. You can find her and unmute her.
Go ahead, Michelle. You should be good. No? Okay, again. I think it might be on her end. She's waving us off. Maybe we can return to you.
Okay, we'll come back to you.
Yeah, we can come.
No problem. Tricia Shimomura is next.
Go ahead, Tricia.
Hi, I have a couple comments and a couple questions. To the gentleman from the public who raised the issue of light. I wish that the presenters would talk more about what type of light what type of lighting, more renditions of what it's going to look like. Having worked near other labs before, I can say that he's absolutely right in terms of it really acting like a light box and truly impacting everything around it. So I wish that you would address that more thoroughly. I also wanted to talk about what Anthony had mentioned about the movie theater rezoning. This doesn't sit well with me, and I just wonder what's going on here. I don't know of many movie theaters that are doing well right now, and or how they're planning on doing in the future. And I have some questions about long-term planning and whether or not there are any sort of discussions over further expansions and whether or not this plays a role into that. But I wish that you would. It does seem very strange that you're including a rezoning for a building that has nothing, for an area that has nothing to do with the project. I wanted to also ask further about the impact on St. Catherine's Park. I am the co-chair of the Parks and Waterfront Committee, and of course, this is something that's very concerning. And I think the mother who talked about the times that the park would be most impacted in the three scenarios that you gave us, the solstice, the March to September timeline, the May timeline, and then the summer solstice. It does seem like the most heavy impact is going to be during the times of which kids are mostly in the park. I have a 2-year-old. I pick him up at 4, and then we go to the playground afterwards, and we spend until 6 there. So that time is exactly when that park is going to be most used. And that's also when it seems like the heaviest are going to be on St. Catherine's. So I just don't see how you mentioned ways to mitigate that. I don't understand that at all. And if you do have some plan to address that in some way, I wish you'd share them, but I haven't seen a development that's able to make more light on that playground. St. Catherine's is already overburdened with a lot of shadows. It's already a space that doesn't have enough light and air. So I'm just deeply concerned about the impacts there. Finally, I want to say something about process, and I understand that this is a zoning meeting, but I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the lack of engagement with JREC, the lack of engagement with these residents, the lack of engagement with others or in the community. And from what I understand, there was a misrepresentation of earlier in what kind of elected project. All of this is deeply disturbing, and I don't like supporting, and I don't believe in supporting developments that are not good community partners here. I don't think that we should be rewarding bad actors in this space, and I don't think that we should be rewarding people with more space, density, light, air when they're not engaging with the surrounding area. I'm extremely sympathetic to JREC and their students that they serve, and when we hear that JREC is only able to communicate with you through these community board meetings, when we hear that they're not being engaged with, I don't see how we as a community board supports a project like this. So
I'd like to respond to that point if I could.
Please, Paul.
Very sensitive, because it is a very sensitive point. We in fact did reach out for JREC. We've reached out more than once. JREC did not want to meet with us, or if they did want to meet with us, they couldn't find the time to meet with us. So we have not tried not to meet with people. We had a conversation, we met in the virtual sense of the word with Mr. Barrett from 301. We offered to come and make a presentation to the board. The board said, no, thank you. So it's not that we have not reached out for our neighbors. We've tried. Our neighbors have chosen not to talk to us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, for that clarification. And I think Michelle is, oh, no, darn, she's been muted, but we see her.
She should be good now, actually.
Go for it, Michelle.
Yes, I'm good now. Before, when I hit unmute, it just didn't unmute. Anyway, thank you for coming back to me. I just wanted to echo what Marty Bell said very early in this meeting, to recall all the good points he's made, and Julie and Betty Cooper Wallerstein about the zoning. The zoning is of particular concern to me. Zoning, and I've said this before, is the only thing that prevents us from chaos in this city. This zoning in the mid-block is vital. People fought long and hard for it. It is the backbone of our community. It supports our residents. It supports our schools. The small businesses surround us support the residential community. It is vital that we preserve it. And in this particular case, this would be an upset of the zoning, setting a precedent for others to do the same for strictly a commercial benefit, to benefit Longfellow. This is no benefit to the Blood Center, of course, except that Longfellow is building its new building. And so that tells me that the Blood Center needs donors to help them build a new building. They can build a new building that would suffice, that would be perfectly suitable for their programmatic needs if they went to as of right. That has been made very, very clear through everybody's comments in this entire presentation. It's disappointing to me that this presentation is exactly the same presentation that we received before. It's exactly the same presentation that we commented on at the hearing. Nothing new has happened. Nobody has listened to us. I'm very glad that they're spending their time here. That's of a commercial benefit to them. Longfellow, they don't even have an obligation to remain in the building. Is there a lease between Longfellow and the Blood Center? Is Longfellow as the tenant committed by lease to be here? Longfellow, as far as I can understand, can lease to anybody. They're under no obligation that this is any kind of a scientific tenant, part of a scientific community. This is just prime real estate on the Upper East Side, and anything can be done with it. With respect to the EIS, as we all know, the EIS is done by the developer. So I have yet to see an EIS that comes out contrary to what the developer is trying to prove. But you can't tell me that in your EIS, there will be no traffic impact with all the buses, the children's buses, the crosstown buses, the children on the street of the school, the park, the crosstown traffic, the hospitals. You can't tell me there's no impact on anything. So it'd be interesting to see that EIS, but I don't have much faith that it's going to tell us anything worthwhile. This project has to be opposed, and I'm really fearful that short of something terribly dramatic in the form and something the community board can't even get involved with, so I actually won't even say the words, but I don't see anything that's going to stop this unless, because the developer is not going to listen to this. He has faced hard sells before. There's a lot of money at stake here. And so he's not backing down. But the community has to get together and see what they could do to exercise their strength. If you defeated that bill long ago in the 1980s, if you defeated that building, give it a go now. The community board can act as a liaison. Unfortunately, we can voice our opinion, we can bring parties together, but we can't do anything really substantive in the legal realm or anything like that. So we can give you our other kinds of support. You're fortunate that you have the support of the elected officials. Every major point has been made here that would lead to turning down this project. So now we have to figure out a way to get it in front of the powers that be so that they actually listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And I think our next, next we have Sharon Pope Marshall.
Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. Thank you, Anthony. I have a couple of comments as well as questions. We know the proposed blood center project requires the demolition of its existing facility and the construction of a mid-block high-rise scientific research facility. I am also a board member of Civitas, who, as was noted earlier, supported mid-block rezoning through the efforts of the Friends of the Upper East Side, and more specifically, Jeannie Rice, who was chairperson of Civitas at the time, as well as other community groups and organizations. As proposed, the project would be out of scale with the block's built context, as well as the block's scale. My questions: how long will it take to demolish the existing blood center building? How long will it take to build the new blood center as proposed? Where would the blood center conduct its services while the new building is being constructed? In addition to the shadow impacts on the playground, the blood center abuts the East 67th Street Library, which opened in 1905 and has served this community for 115 years. Although it is not a New York City landmark, the library is a valuable community resource. What measures will be taken to ensure that the library building will not be damaged? And also, to what degree will there be street closures? I know that these are a lot of questions. I tried to follow the presentation as closely as possible. It might be that I missed a couple of the answers to these questions, but I would appreciate if Paul Silver or any other representative from the blood center answer my questions. And obviously, to conclude, Civitas is very much against this proposal.
We heard all your questions. As I said earlier, there are many questions that have been raised that are better, where we can get you more accurate and more precise answers if we take them back home and get prepared for next time. So yes.
That's great. Now, just to give you a heads up, our next meeting, which we would be really thrilled to have you attend, truly, is on the 27th, 6:30 on the 27th, which is the 4th Tuesday of April.
Okay, well, that's kind of when we're in Europe, so it would make sense for us to be there.
Yeah. Okay, terrific. Well, we look forward to it. So next we have Billy Freeland.
Hey, thanks. And I hope I can ask Mr. Selver a few questions, which should be the short questions, so maybe there's direct answers to them. Mr. Selver, with whom did you meet at Friends of St. Catherine's Park?
There have been various meetings. There's an answer to that question. I don't have my notes that have all the people who we met with at different times. So we can get you answers to that.
Okay, great. Do you have a rough idea of how many people you would have met with? Is it, 3 or 4 or a whole bunch? And I'll explain why this is relevant in a moment.
Honestly, I would rather give you an answer that was accurate than guess, particularly if there's a reason that that it's important.
Yeah. Thank you. It'd be great to have that. And I'm wondering, every time I go to St. Catherine's Park, and I don't often bring up this issue, but I do talk to people and I get one of two answers. Either people are opposed or people haven't heard of the proposal. How much outreach have you all done to people who are actually using the park, sitting in the park?
I guess the best way to describe the outreach that we've done is we certainly have reached out for our neighbors. We've reached out for known groups in the area. We met with the Civitas board. I think we met with, for example, we've been to the community board a couple of times. So the answer is we've tended to, our outreach has been to institutional groups. It's been to neighboring, it's been to a neighboring owner, it's been to the school. Not all of it's been successful, but we haven't done, sat in the park and distributed literature or set a table up there, if that's the question you're asking.
Yeah, it is, because part of what I'd like to see is, I don't know much about how Friends of St. Catherine's Park operates, but for a lot of us who use the park, sit in the park, we may not be familiar. We may not be familiar with the organization. And I think part of reaching out to people who use the park has to go beyond reaching out to Friends as an organization. It has to really go into the park and talking to daily users who, again, many of whom have told me they haven't even heard of the proposal. Let me ask, I know this is not part of CEQR, but would you all be willing to do a study of the shadow impacts on Julia Richmond, particularly given that it contains a District 75 school and has a lot of students with autism at that school?
Well, as part of the secret analysis, you're going to see that anyway, because the secret analysis requires that we do an analysis at 9, noon. Actually, you know what? Let me ask Ann Locke to tell you what the secret analysis requires. And the shadow will pass over in that time period, Julia Richmond. So Ann, can you give an accurate answer to that question as opposed to my mangling it?
We look at shadows when shadows would fall on open spaces or other sensitive receptors. Sensitive receptors other than open spaces can include historic resources with deep reveals on their facades, natural resources such as the river or something like that. Unfortunately, frankly, school buildings are not considered unless they happen to be a historic structure. So that's it. I mean.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Locke. That was my understanding that Julia Richmond is not considered a shadow sensitive resource, which is why I was hoping to maybe get a commitment from you all to study it nevertheless, if it's not required.
We'll take it back and
thank you.
Consider it.
Thank you. I think I only have 2 more questions, so apologies for going on. What is your plan to help Julia Richmond with the inevitable disruptions that will occur if this project goes forward? And by disruptions, I'm specifically thinking about the construction, not so much the longer term shadows being cast.
Part of the environmental review process is, I guess if you know SECRE, you also know that mitigation measures are part of construction, part of the SECRE review of construction. And those mitigation measures address, and Ann, correct me if I'm wrong, noise sensitive receptors like schools.
Yes, indeed. Schools are a primary example of noise sensitive receptors.
Okay.
So there will be, the school will be part of that analysis. And part of there will, as part of that analysis, mitigation measures will be suggested.
Yeah.
Thank you. And maybe my last question is, my understanding is the proposed use by just the blood center, forget the Longfellow commercial tenants, but the blood center, would fit within the current zoning. And my understanding is also that the site on 125th Street has the zoning you would need for the proposal that you are seeking. Mr. Silver, I know you're an attorney, I'm an attorney. In law school, I remember the phrase, don't fight the hypothetical. So I'll ask if you wouldn't mind not fighting the hypothetical. that I'm about to pose. Suppose you had to face a choice between building on 67th Street under the current zoning, allowing just for the Blood Center's proposed operations, or the East Harlem location. Which would your client prefer?
Well, you're absolutely right. I don't answer hypothetical questions, particularly questions that depend on what my client's more detailed views on these things are. So the answer is I can't answer the question. I don't think it's a question that anyone can answer, given that it makes assumptions that are not consistent with real life at this point for the Blood Center.
Well, I guess, I won't make you answer this, but I guess where I'm coming from on this is, we know there is a location that in many ways is perfectly suitable, but you've raised some of your concerns. Perhaps discoveries would happen more quickly if there was greater walkable distance between the Blood Center and other locations. I understand this. The 125th site, I believe, is next to the Proton Center. But I won't want to get into that. I guess I'm just wondering, do we end up in a place where, if the council member's against this, the borough president's against this, we're spending months and months on a project that is likely to be defeated at the city council unless member deference caves in. So I'm wondering, are we spinning our wheels here for any reason if there are two alternatives available to us? One is this other location on 125th, or the other alternative is building under the current zoning in a way that allows the Blood Center's operations to continue, but you'd just be missing, as I understand it, the commercial tenants. And I'm sure you'd say you're missing a few other things from that proposal. But I know that's more of a comment than a question, unless you want to respond.
I mean, we're here because we believe we have a good proposal. I know that other people disagree. And we believe that it should be considered as part of this through the city's land use process. We believe in the end that we're not wasting our time in doing that also. So we have confidence that we will get through this process, and we believe on the merits, we should be able to prevail.
Well, look, thank you. I'm asking these questions in good faith. Not that you're saying I'm not, but I really, it's helping me clarify for me. And I'll just say as a comment, look, I view this as zoning for dollars. I'm very disturbed at what this means for land use more broadly in the city, particularly when you have, there are alternative sites. And I get that there are pros and cons to this site versus East to 125th versus Queens versus Kips Bay. But at the end of the day, I don't think we should be condoning essentially, printing money out of thin air by changing zoning when there are other alternatives available to us. And others have laid out all the many reasons why this is a troubling proposal. So I'm opposed to it, but I thank you for answering our questions. And I hope the questions you haven't been able to answer, you'll be able to come back with us with answers to at our next meeting. So thank you, and apologies for monopolizing some of the time.
Thank you, Billy. And we now have, there are just 3 more board members. So we'll get to sleep before midnight. We have Elaine Walsh is next.
Thank you, Anthony. Where do I start? First, over many months, we asked the Blood Center, and now we know it's not the Blood Center, it's a Longfellow commercial tower, to come to our zoning committee, and they refused. All of a sudden, they volunteered to come to this meeting. Why? Because all of a sudden they have a pre-certification for which, given the timing, they knew way before we did as a community board. So their attendance tonight is not really to have a discussion, but to lay out what they think they're entitled to. If you get an opportunity to look at the YouTube where Longfellow is engaged in a discussion on health science, and they use it as an example of West 57th Street, which by the way is in a manufacturing area, they talk about the limits, and you've got about 2 years to implement any life science before there's no longer a need. But they talk about and I'm going to say it's not just 334 feet because your mechanicals don't count, but you need unbelievable amount of height to deal with the environmental issues related to Longfellow's chemical lab partners, or as I say, tenants, for which they are not identified. The issue tonight for us is not what Longfellow wants to do. The issue is that we have a zoning issue, an R8B. And given all the options Longfellow had, they want to be in what I'm going to call a plush neighborhood. Their presentation the last months ago, I found hostile, racist, and dealing with economic development, which could strongly be done on 125th and 3rd or downtown in the Kips Bay area. No, they now are falsely saying that now it's not a 5-second walk to the hospitals. I'm not sure if they said 5 minutes, whatever. This is like bed to bench, bench to bed. Any other site, no matter where, has access to internet and computer and transferring of information and data over the internet. You don't have to walk. And I've never been able to walk in 30 seconds to Sloan Kettering because of the light. But my concern really tonight is that an abuse of a nonprofit to partner with a commercial entity. And let me say that this nonprofit is quite wealthy. They've been buying up blood centers across the country or blood banks. Their exec makes 1.5 million plus. All its people make hefty salaries. And now they're saying for some reason, they need to go with a commercial entity. This is what it is. Somehow, and I am concerned, and people who know me know I'm a little skeptic, that in 1984, the Blood Center tried to build a luxury housing on the site. They withdrew because of R8B. I have no idea. But what happens if within 2 years, the commercial entity is not seeing the profit they want and withdraws, and somehow we have a rezone of a community R8B that opens up height limits? I don't know the answer, but I don't think there's goodwill to our community. Zoning was put in place to preserve our quality of life. You know, if you want to build a commercial tower, since the city is blocking us and restricting heights on the avenues east of Lex, there are plenty of sites, including, I'll give you a few without charging a fee. First Avenue, York Avenue, 79th and 80th, First Avenue, 85th, 86th. These are open blocks, but guess what? None of them are appropriate. The West 57th Street site that's being discussed, 525, I think it is in manufacturing. And the research and the knowledge we have says the types of labs that the Blood Center and the commercial tower want to do are not appropriate in a residential area, given their, what would I say, possible explosion or negativity in a residential area. So the two sites I gave you are not the correct ones. You need to move to another area. The other thing for Longfellow, they've been known as a real estate entity to deal with in Durham, South Carolina, I think, and other areas, and they're all 1 and 2 stories. And that's what, when you listen to the YouTube that was recently done with Craven and Levin and Longfellow, you see that to build a 334-foot building is detrimental to the environment and to the quality of life. Longfellow has never entered into this. They perceive our community as ripe for development. And I have to say, as a residential community, and I believe the CDC also says, this is going to environmentally harm all of us, not just around 66, 67th Street, but the entire community, given the pollutants that come from this development. So I am totally opposed to this. I think that Longfellow has not been honest with us. And I think the law firm representing the Blood Center, Kramer 11, has done a disservice to our community. They are doing what their client is asking for, but they really need to morally look at the impact in a city where they have their headquarters, unless, of course, they're moving. But I am insulted by a reputable firm not telling us the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. We have Valerie, Peter Patch, and I see Alita has re-raised her hand. So let's start with Valerie.
Hi, I guess I'm going to follow up on a lot of the points that Elaine made, but I want to take a different tact. I actually want to congratulate Kramer Levin on representing their clients so well that they're able to be at a point right now where they're close to pre-certification. I only wish that the community board could afford to hire you, Mr. Selver, so we could get our application that we've been waiting for the City Planning Commission to look at for a 210 height foot limit for as long as I've been on the community board. So obviously you have a way with the City Planning Commission, which I only wish we could afford to have the same kind of representation. But I do recommend to everyone that they do take a look at this webinar, which Longfellow participated in. I'm sure Marty Bell can put in the chat the link to that so that everyone can listen to the wisdom of Longfellow and what life science development is all about. But one of the things that concerns me, I think one of the people from the Longfellow team mentioned what the gross square footage of the space is. My understanding is that that would include a lot of mechanicals and this critical exhaust system, because as Longfellow explains in the webinar, when you do life sciences in a very tall building, you have to have something that's called run to the roof, because it's critical to bring the exhaust to the roof. And that run to the roof and those mechanicals do not get included in the calculation of the FAR. And so while you have a lot of gross square footage, and I know I'm talking zoning, but this is the zoning committee, a lot of that square footage then is not really usable square footage. So when Councilmember Kalos mentioned that there was space coming online over at Rockefeller, how much real usable square footage is this 300-foot tower really going to give the life sciences hub? In addition to that, you also mentioned that you were doing this out of the goodness of your heart to help New York City. New York City is looked at as a large cluster. I don't think even our mayor would say that he would want the life sciences cluster just to be located on the Upper East Side. And that's why all of these other locations for life sciences have been proposed. I also find it insulting, this idea of the proximity argument to the development of vaccines. I think we've all seen in the last 6 or 7 months development of vaccines all across the world, partnerships involving numerous continents, and no one saying they had to be next to each other in order to develop a vaccine to eliminate COVID. So I think this proximity argument is just, it's childish. It's childish and it insults us. I really think that, you know, in terms of the meetings that you've had with members of the community, I can only say, I'm the president of the East 72nd Street Neighborhood Association, and I had numerous calls with the people over at Lenox Hill before they even brought their proposal to the community board. I don't know of any of that engagement. Billy mentioned, you know, who you talked to at St. Catherine's Park, and I really would like you to tell us who that is or who they are, because we have been unable to really contact anyone over there to see what is going on. You mentioned that you're hiring a landscape architect for them and you're going to help them with park improvements. None of those improvements obviously are going to increase the amount of sunlight that's going to be able to be shown on the park. But perhaps, you know, they'll be planting plants that can flourish in less than optimal sunlight. But for the people who use that park, the hours that you're talking about, never more than 60 to 70% is a lot. That is a lot, and it cannot be minimized. So I would appreciate it if you could come back to us on these usable square footage amounts. I really don't think that this project merits any change to the zoning. And it's not only the change, you're asking for a change in the mid-block zoning, but then you're asking for waiver upon waiver on top of that. I just think it's disingenuous. And I really appreciate that Carnegie Hill Neighbors, East 86th Street Neighborhood Association, East 72nd Street Neighborhood Association, we are all aligned on this, and we are not going to back down, because right now we do not feel like a long-term neighbor is really supporting the community. And in fact, we think that their good name is being used for commercial purposes, and just not something we can support. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. And next we have Peter Patch.
Thanks, Anthony.
Yeah, I know you were up, you had your hand up very early, and I apologize.
No problem. I'd like to say we all love the Blood Center and we'd like to support this. And I would strongly support it if it satisfied two criteria. One, that it fits into the context of the community, and second, that it has support of the community. It seems to fail on both counts by a significant margin. But the most important statement that I think Mr. Purvis made, if I'm recalling correctly, was that this was essential to the continued sort of health and viability of the Blood Center. Honestly, I have taught both economics and managerial economics at CUNY. I find that statement highly, not credible and highly disingenuous. And my thought to you, Paul Selver, I think you present yourself very well. Could you make a counter argument if you were representing, say, the students or the parents at Julia Richmond or people who lived around the corner? Could you make the counter argument that the Blood Center could survive without this project? Now, I don't expect you to respond to that, but I will say this. If they couldn't survive, if the statement is actually valid, you should make that argument, because it would be in both your interest and their interest to demonstrate for all of us that the Blood Center can't survive without going forward with this project. Having said that, if you're not prepared to respond to that, I would ask Mr. Purvis the same question. How can you defend the statement? Is it actually valid and true that the Blood Center could not survive without this project? I have to say I'm highly skeptical, but I'm listening.
I'm not sure that, by the way, that's what either of us has said. I think what we've said is that the Blood Center is in a facility right now that really needs to be replaced if it's going to continue to function at the level that it should be functioning to carry out its mission. So it's really a different question. And it's a question of how the Blood Center goes about, the prudent way for the Blood Center to go about effecting that, getting that new facility.
I think Peter has excuse me, is gesticulating.
Yes, thank
And-
you. Let me,
Yeah.
Attorney Paul Selver, I want you to know that is a direct quotation from his comments. Now, you may refute my statement, but you would be wrong. And therefore, I would like the accurate statement that I quoted, because I take notes assiduously during these conversations. I can tell you he used that word verbatim, and I know you can't make it, you're not prepared to defend that, that's fine. So I'm totally open to hear Mr. Purvis say either he didn't make that statement or it is true. But please don't contradict me unless you're actually stating a valid statement.
I'll just say the record will show what the record will show, and if I was inaccurate, I accept the comment.
So we'll be able to watch on, we'll all be able to watch the YouTube and judge for ourselves, or maybe the minutes will reflect it, whatever. Now, Elizabeth Rose, I don't think spoke at all, and she has her hand up, and then Alita, and then I think we have come to the end of this piece of our program.
Thank you, Anthony. This whole evening reminds me of a visual that used to be up in posted in every copy shop in New York City and the world. And, you know, I laughed at the notion that there were copy shops, but there was always a sign up that said, do you want it fast? Do you want it right? Do you want it cheap? Pick two. And what we've heard tonight is the Blood Center wants a new building. They want it in walking distance to Memorial Sloan Kettering, New York Presbyterian Hospital, and Rockefeller University. They want to protect their endowment and not use their endowment. And they don't want to wait to start until 2025. So what I would ask the Blood Center and its representatives is, which are your priorities? And that's only slightly a rhetorical question, because clearly what the Blood Center is trying to do here is they want to have its cake, they want to eat it too, and they want someone else to pay for it. And that someone else is the local residential neighborhood through the zoning for dollars that is this request for changes to the zoning regulations and multiple waivers on top of the change to the zoning regulation. So I really do put it to the Blood Center and its representatives. Which are your priorities? Because clearly the elected officials and the community would really like to work with you to achieve your priorities. But right now, you've made them all non-negotiable because you think you can get away with that, because you think you can get that. And that is really not being a good neighbor. The 1984 proposal to build the condos was actually incredibly instructive in this, because what it really shows us is that at least as far back as 1984, the Blood Center has planned for or assumed that you could get your new facility paid for through a major development funded by zoning rights you do not have, air rights that you do not have. So in 1984, you withdrew the proposal for the first approach, and you've now had 35 years to fundraise for building a new building. Why haven't you been able to fundraise for your new building? Every other medical institution in New York City has fundraised for major new development. Memorial Sloan Kettering has done it. Hospital for Special Surgery has done it. New York Presbyterian has done it. Rockefeller University has done it. They've all been successful. Lincoln Center has done it.
Oh, but David,
why is it that in 35 years, you have not been able to raise the money for a new development?
and to build your building as of right, which we know from your own filings gives you more square footage than the current proposal to sell the air rights above your site that you do not own to a commercial developer in exchange for what I imagine is effectively a free facility for you all. As to the question of why wouldn't the organizations meet with you, like Julia Richmond or 301 East 66th Street? I just finished reading a really interesting book. It's sort of a memoir of a Chinese woman through the communist regime. And one of the chapters was titled, and the words were in Chinese and translated, so this is not exact, "Opening the Door to Salute the Thief." So I suspect the JREC and 301 East 66th Street at this point are really not interested in meeting with you because your position is very clear. You thoroughly expect, and Paul, you just said it, we believe on the merits, we should prevail. And that is a quote. You clearly believe that your needs, and I will read them again, a new building, walking distance to Memorial Sloan Kettering, New York Presbyterian, and Rockefeller University, protecting your endowment, and don't want to wait to start until 2025. You clearly believe that those are more meritorious than the concerns of a local community in which has supported you for decades, if not for generations.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Alita had a comment, and one additional comment, and then a couple of things. But yes, Alita, please.
Thank you. I'll be quick. So how the Blood Center will manage for 4 to 5 years of construction in Queens when it's so necessary that it be within walking distance to, as Elizabeth Rose pointed out, those hospitals. And I don't understand. You either have it or you don't. And 4 to 5 years in another borough across a waterway is a long amount of time. If they could manage that, then they could certainly manage to be either at 125th Street or down in Kips Bay. But my last point was, I'd like to remind everyone that back in September, the mayor tweeted that there was going to be a change in zoning for the Blood Center. So my question, and it's not really a question, is that the reason it seems that the Blood Center and the Longfellow Commercial Tower really is in such a rush is to get it through this administration. And it must be out of fear or concern that they don't know they don't know who the new mayor is going to be, and why risk it when they could just pummel this through, ignore the elected officials, ignore the community, and get the mayor's approval, which he already promised way in advance of both the scoping, the DEIS, the EIS, and the pre-certification and the certification. They have the mayor's blessing from before the get-go. Thank you. Thank you, Anthony, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Alita. Let's see. I think we've come to the end of our proposed speakers and today, or volunteers, and so I think we can now move on to the next piece of our agenda, which I believe Elizabeth Ashby is taking care of. But before I'm sure several people depart, I thank we all thank the Blood Center team for being here and so graciously at least hearing or listening to, not sure which is the right phrase, the community sentiment. And I hope that when we see you all again next month, April 27th, 6:30, we will have be able to get some answers to some of the questions that really weren't answerable, and B, some more clarity on what it is you all in fact are proposing. And speaking of which, it would be great if we could get our hands on the actual documents, both the application and the draft EIS, sometime between the 19th and the 27th. I know that's not completely in your control, but it would be a nice thing.
Anthony, we will take that under advisement. It's
okay.
It's I understand the sensibility of that request, or the reasonableness of the request in light of the fact we're coming back on the 27th. So
okay, great. Thank you, Paul. And you are all are excused if you want to go. Elizabeth will take the next agenda items.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Paul. And thanks to the rest of the team.
Okay. The next two items should be very brief. In the update on both really is there's no news and no change, which I'm happy for, because I don't want any New Yorkers to die of starvation before the end of the meeting. But the Northwell Lenox Hill Hospital, there are the people there. We ask very politely for them to come, and they don't feel that they have to. So someday they'll show up. But if anybody has a comment or anything on that one, then we'll move. If you don't, we'll move on to the next. Okay. Tricia and then Valerie Mason.
I actually just had a question for the chairs. Have you heard from Russ? I'm just wanting to know our board's next steps with the ULURP when the 19th hits, and then from 9 days from there when like the clock actually starts with this. Or is this planning? What's the process with our board? Have you heard about this? Have you discussed if this gets heard here or if this gets heard? Oh, I see Russell there. I'm just want to know for us what we should be expecting.
As soon as it's actually certified, we will schedule a land use meeting to hear the application and basically hear it as soon as we can.
Okay. Okay.
However, Tricia, this committee will hear from the Blood Center, and hopefully with the draft EIS and the actual application in our hands on the 27th of April. So the point is, it will come before this committee first. Obviously, there's the opportunity, since we meet late in the month, to meet on this particular topic before the next land use meeting would occur, which will give us the chance, this committee and the board as a whole, or whoever wants to show up in the public, it will give us all the chance to, and sorry to step on your lines, Russell, it will give us all the chance to get a look at this in some detail before the meeting of the whole, which the committee of the whole, which I think is essential.
Okay. That's helpful. So we will get the documents. It will be certified. It will come to this committee first, and then it will go to land to the whole committee as a whole.
Yes.
In a land use. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to it's not going to go to land use until May at the earliest, because they're not going to be certified until
right.
April.
Right. So we'll see at the end of April.
Yeah.
And if the timing works out well enough, we can have 2 land use meetings on it. And yet another one of
I don't think we're gonna need 2 land use meetings on it, but yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you.
I don't want to
depends on how long they talk.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. And I think Valerie, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on your line, Elizabeth.
Yeah, Valerie's next. Valerie Mason?
Yep, hold on. I did think I just got unmuted. Well, my first question is that just from a matter of public procedure, are you saying that typically there would only be one land use meeting on this? I mean, when is it that we have to get back to city planning with our approval or recommendation, or however you would characterize it?
Go
Go ahead.
ahead, Russell. It's usually, I think it's 60 days. It might now be 90 days, but it's 60 or 90 days. I think Russell's point was that the sentiment of the board is so clear at this point that the land use committee of the whole may not be a terribly controversial meeting.
That's right.
And we may not need more than one. I
And
think
how,
that's what Russell meant.
how would the material, how long before the meeting would the materials be distributed to each of us so that we can review them, and to how would we, who's available? Let me ask you this: what experts are going to be available to us in order to help us evaluate any questions we have regarding, I don't want to say veracity of the statements, but there's going to be an EIS, there's going to be all sorts of things. I mean, I think, if we're going to say no to this, don't we need to be able to have actual substantiated arguments? I mean, and if we just say no, or yes, I mean, either way, you should have something to back it up. But do we get resources for that?
So, Max on the board does have a planning background and has some knowledge. And so I think we can rely on him. I think, and the other thing we can do is reach out to planners that we know and other folks and ask them to assist us, as I think we've done in the past. So I think that's...
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, should we go out and retain those people now? Because if we wait until we actually get the application, it'll, we won't, I mean, we should be thinking about that now, I would think. I mean,
yeah, I think we can line that up. I mean, again, I think, this isn't going to come before us until the May meeting, but yeah, we can certainly start trying to figure out what resources we have in that regard, and seeing who would be able to come and speak to us about this, if that's something we think we need. I don't know if that's I mean, I'm not sure that's something that we do for every land use application or every ULURP application. I'm not sure that we bring in a planner or retain anybody or what have you. So I don't think it's necessary. That doesn't mean it's not a good idea or a valid thing for us to do. We can certainly talk about it and try to line somebody up if we think it's necessary.
I think that, I'm sorry, Valerie, I think that no, it's not necessary in every case. I think that there are a few issues, applications, I don't know what the right word is actually, I'm too hungry, there are some issues, Lenox Hill, Blood Center, and I'm sure there are 5 or 6 others, that are of such far-reaching effect that I think that, no, we didn't do anything like that for the Mansion coffee shop, restaurant rather. But I think that this is one of those occasions where the better our arguments, to your point, Valerie, the better our arguments, the more fully formed our arguments, the more influence it will have on the electeds who actually get to decide.
Yeah, I mean, just speaking for me, I have not been a part of a ULURP review. And so I'm just thinking that it would be helpful in anticipation of these meetings so that we can be very prepared for this, to have some kind of preview of, how this discussion is supposed to unfold, and, what happened, what's going to actually happen, at the land use meeting? Who are we going to hear from? And how is that going to proceed so that when we arrive at the meeting, we don't waste time on procedure? And I mean, it is a meeting of the whole, so we know, what the procedure is, and people can come as prepared as possible. I mean, obviously, the zoning meeting would be a warm up for that in some sense. But is there a budget? I mean, I'm almost thinking, and I don't know if this is right or wrong. This isn't really what I was going to talk about, but should somebody from city planning come to our next meeting and talk about, is it of value to hear why they pre-certified so fast? I mean, part of my question was kind of rhetorical to Mr. Selver about retaining them for our 210 height limit, but some of it wasn't. It's not lost on a lot of people that this mayor is also a client of Kramer Levin. So, I mean, I would just like to know what the procedure is and what city plan, what I think it would be helpful for especially us, and I would consider myself a new member for this purpose, in what are we going to consider and how we make is it just simply an up or down vote?
It's an up or down vote on the application. Yeah, it's an application, and we say whether we approve it or we don't approve it. I don't think it would be particularly useful to have city planning there. I think basically, I think the applicant can defend the application, and we don't need city planning to essentially also do that. I think that's duplicative. I think whether we would want to have a different, planner there who's sort of independent to kind of assist us with our own assessment of it, I think that's sort of a separate question. I mean, I would observe that there's been considerable discussion on this until now, Russell, without the benefit of a planner. And I would also observe that obviously people have formed opinions on it without the benefit of a planner. If we want to have somebody, if we think that's useful, I
don't understand how they can get an application pre-certified with a draft EIS.
No, that's the way it works. That's exactly the way the process works and is written. So unless we are, which I'm certainly at another time open to doing, calling for a full revision of the whole ULURP process. And I think we can talk about this. We should talk about this offline, but it's a lot of it has to do just with the verbiage that city planning uses, and every single term is confusing. And I don't know whether it's on purpose or just imprecision. And so the project is pre-certified, which is to say that it is a minimum of a month away from being certified, which means the application is supposedly at that point complete at certification. So city planning now has told us that they feel they are in the home stretch with this applicant. The applicant feels they're in the home stretch, and they have done substantial work on their draft environmental impact statement. That completes their application. Then we get all that stuff. We get the application and the draft EIS. And then the project is certified. All that certification means is that it enters the ULURP clock.
Okay.
Which has the specific times attached to it. And again, it's for students of English history, it's like less eligibility.
And Anthony, in that process, is there a way to toll the clock?
No. Well, I don't think so, actually. I don't think so.
No.
Not that I know of without rereading everything again, but I don't think there is. Yeah, I think you're right, Russell.
Well, what if the community board failed to have a quorum at the meeting?
We lose our opportunity to comment.
Our opportunity.
Yeah, exactly.
On it.
We have 60 days to comment.
And if we don't comment, then it's as if we said yes, effectively.
And technically, once we did forget to have we forgot to reach a decision in a meeting, and DCP let us submit it like 3 days late. So it's not unheard of. They'll accept a late response, but it's really just you have a 60-day window during this period to hold a public hearing and offer comment. You can offer comment, yes, yes with conditions, no, no with conditions.
Okay, well, let me ask you that, because now you're talking about a public hearing, right? So in a pandemic, what is the proper noticing? Because we've had that issue come up several times about whether we've noticed properly. And
The proper notice is 1 week that a meeting must be posted on our website, not the agenda item must be posted. 1 week that a meeting must be posted, and that's for the open meetings law. For the ULURP clock, they actually want us to post in the city record, and that's the only thing that's required for posting a public hearing for a ULURP action.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Okay, thanks. All right, well, my real point, if we're getting to, I don't know if this is new or old business, but I wanted somebody to talk to us or tell us what the status of the safe haven application is, because my understanding that it is not, you know, where is it falling in? Because I was under the impression that it is not an as of right project and that it's sort of straddling 3 different aspects of zoning law. And while I'm not opposing the project, since we are painstakingly trying to make sure that anything that's done in our community board is done according to the zoning laws, what the status of that is, because I've been getting a lot of questions about it from some irate people in various parts of the district.
So, well, are the people irate about the zoning? Regardless of the answer to that question, let me just, I just want to, so the, basically we've been assured that it's as of right. There are questions about whether that's the case, and we are still waiting to get answers to those questions. I've been pushing very hard to get answers because at this point it's sort of taken longer than I would have expected to actually get the answers. I think once we hear back from the land use folks at the borough president's office and at city planning, and that you know, that that Goddard has been working with to understand sort of their explanation for why it is as of right in light of the questions that have been raised about that, then I think, you know, if there's an issue, we'll be in a position to address it. And Anthony, if you want to add more to that, you can, and Elizabeth.
Well,
I think I would like to come in on this one because the questions that they've been asked are absolutely simple, basic questions. If you're as of right, it's quite simple to ask them. And the ones that we wrote a letter to actually to Ben Kalos's representative, and she forwarded them. And the questions were, well, first, we don't know what they're claiming to be. They're just claiming to be as of right. As of right, you have to say what you are. You know, you're a apartment building or something or other, this, and that is legal in that zoning district. And in their application to the Department of Buildings, under job description, the job was to enlarge and convert existing building into a rooming house and a community center. And from proposed uses were commercial uses, 4.78 FAR, community facility 1.60 FAR. That is not, that is fine for the building application, but this is not the zoning thing. And we asked them for zoning, what is the zoning resolution listed use that you are proposing for the project? How do you meet the definition of that use? And is that use permitted in the C8-4 district? That's the district that it is. Those questions, if you are an as-of-right applicant or at the level of a person applying for an some license or something, of what is your name, what is your date of birth, and what is your social security number? And if you can't answer those questions in a month, there is something fishy going on here. And that is why we've been pressing them. And it is quite stupid not to be able to answer those basic questions, which are, I'm not misleading you, at the same level as the 3 personal questions I ask you. We can't get the answer, except they say they're wonderful people, which they probably are, and they're as of right, but that's all they're saying, but they're not demonstrating it, proving it, giving it and we haven't heard back yet. We can't wring the answer out of them. So that's where we are on that one. Anyone?
Thank you, Elizabeth. That was very clear.
Elaine? Elaine Walsh?
I just wanted to say, Elizabeth, I agree with you. Given the current zoning and the building code regulations, the safe haven, and it's not Goddard that's the applicant, it is Bay Rock Group. The application is not as of right. They said it, and I agree, Elizabeth. Why is it taking so long? At a meeting we held, there were no land use people there other than from the borough president's office. I think Anthony and Elizabeth presented what the issues were, and neither DHS, Goddard, or Bayrock could respond. It is really Bayrock's responsibility as the owner of the property to proceed and give us an explanation. It is 5 weeks plus out, and you can't say, yeah, we have proof that we're as of right, or it's not as of right and we need to do something, whatever that is. So right now, it is not as right proposal. Sorry to tell you.
Thank you,
So
Elaine.
what happened, let me just add to that. There was a call, and there was somebody from Bayrock who was a land use person, in addition to land use people from the borough president's office. On the call, the the sort of specific, I think the specific questions that came up on that call, I think were addressed. I think subsequently there were other questions raised in a letter that they have yet to respond to, and it has taken a while for them to respond to it, and that's very frustrating. But we are, again, I'm pressing them to get an answer because I agree. I don't know why it's taking as long as it has. The other thing is CPC has said that it's as of right. It's not like there's something pending here or whatever. So what we're waiting on is the explanation. When we get the explanation, maybe we won't agree with it, but that's the current status.
Actually, Russell, and then Elaine. Actually, Russell, I beg to differ with you. They were unable to answer our questions at the meeting. The biggest problem, well, okay, shake your head.
That's
I was there. You were there,
I was there
too.
So the
we
question
have a
that was
difference
raised,
of opinion as to what they said, and there's no need for us to continue talking about it right now.
that I certainly agree with.
Well, you can turn your phone off, Elaine.
Oh, Russell, that's not what happened. There was nobody there from city planning at the meeting.
I didn't say there was
No
somebody from city
one,
planning at the
you
meeting.
did. I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood. There was nobody from the city who could answer the question. And in fact, I had to leave the meeting and go get my papers to read to people what was involved. No one at that meeting from the city government was there to say, this is what I know. I think it's a sad commentary I think that Bayrock is a developer that has also gone into other communities and wanting to change zoning for whatever their investment purposes are. We are waiting patiently. And I'm sorry that we couldn't, thank God tonight we had such a long meeting, that we need to hear from Bayrock on this. And if city planning wants to weigh in, but they have not weighed in. And the buildings department has to. This is a zoning and use group issue with zoning and the building department, and it has to be followed up. And I think we need to be as rigorous with this application as we are being with the Longfellow application. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. And I think we've come to the end of our patience. We are all getting a little peckish at this point. I may be foremost among us. So we have just two more comments, Alita and Marco. Alita, if we can unmute her, if she is.
Thank you.
There she is.
I just want to ask about going back to the ULURP and the blood center. If I don't know the answer to this question, a lot of people have said that they raised the DSL3 lab after the scoping session. Does that give us any grounds to ask for a redo of anything if they withheld what is really important information?
Apparently not. If it's covered in the, if in fact the scope is covered in if that piece of information is covered in the DEIS and in their application, which I presume it will be, certainly now, it's not, you can't sort of make them go back. All the scoping does is identify the problems. The DEIS identifies the mitigation, air quotes, possible. And I think, so we are now in a period of waiting for the end of April to get our pause on the documents. I mean, that's sort of the way I look at it.
So during ULURP, not only do we evaluate the project, but we evaluate their environmental impact statement, and we're limited to the scope that city planning set out between the DEIS and their EIS about what information they wanted. So we're evaluating all of that.
Yes.
And this is a complicated,
in 60 days.
Yeah, and it's complicated because of the various environmental issues, not just the exhaust and not just the DSL3 lab. And I'd like to point out that the guy, Paul, I guess, never said for sure that they weren't going to use it in one of their rental labs. He said, well,
no, they said they were. They said they wouldn't, but that doesn't.
He said that right now the blood center was the only one who would, but you can't ever say never. So well, in other words, it's a great hedge, and lawyers know how good hedges are. So maybe just going back to the idea of a planner or an interpreter or someone to help us evaluate all of the various aspects of the EIS, as well as just the regular building in general, with all of the other things that they're asking for, like the sign and no setbacks and all this stuff not covered necessarily in the AIS. And I'm not like Valerie, I'm really new to this whole aspect of it. So I will stop there. Thank you very much. And thank you.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Oh, darn. We gained a raised
We've got
hand.
Marco and Michelle.
Can you hear
Marco?
me now? Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to make a quick comment about the ULURP. I think in all these years, we never have a support or a planner or whatever it is in the process. Usually we accept the conflict of interest of the environmental report, which basically the applicant hired this agency. And obviously my experience, for instance, with the MSK is, even though that even a blind person can see it, that the traffic on York Avenue it was overwhelming, the environmental agent came to saying that there is no conclusion. So what we have to do is we have to probably the neighbors has to right now hire a reputable agency to contradict the baseless argument of the report. In that direction, we have to keep working. Now, with respect to the other point, first of all, I knew that already when we have a decision of the 91st Street, the applicant, they are misleading in the whole process in the Department of Buildings. They filed saying that this is an enlargement, when in reality the building is in extremely poor.
Marco, I believe you muted yourself somehow.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Now we can. But Marco, I think what we should do is, it really is late, and I think we should hold this conversation to next time, where I hope we won't have 4 hours of blood center, and we can then have, and hopefully by then we will have some answers to our questions from 91st Street, and perhaps get someone from the developer, from Bayrock, here, or virtual here, to discuss the project with us.
I'm asking, I'm saying is because I'm reading the application to the Department of Buildings.
No, I understand, Marco. I'm not trying to cut you off. I just think this is a better conversation.
The only situation that what I'm trying to raise is this application is misleading in any direction. Why? Because one thing they file in the Department of Buildings, and the Department of Buildings file whatever the applicant said. If the applicant is lying, the Department of Buildings go in that direction, and they come into that conclusion. This is why they're never caught on the process of the zoning, because DOB, you know very well, the first thing he writes the issue is zoning. And after zoning, the rest is pretty much easy, straightforward. But if the applicant is not saying the truth to the Department of Building, there's misguiding, but that's another issue. Yes, we can have a conversation, we can bring the developer, and then we can ask the questions directly to him. And that is fine, and thank you.
Thank you, Marco.
Michelle, and that's the end.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say, with respect to the blood center and the, and our comments, I think everybody expressed themselves quite eloquently, and there were points to be made. And I don't think between the public and the board that there was one point that was actually missed in terms of raising our concerns with the blood center. So I think it was really all quite eloquent. But I do remember in the past that the borough president did send us an intern, a planner, a city planning intern. And if we're concerned that we would like somebody to sort of put it into city planning language, much like legalese, whatever their special language and terminology is, could we ask the borough president or an organization like Civitas or Friends or Carnegie Hill Neighbors or Historic Districts Council or anybody like that to maybe sort of loan us a planner that they generally deal with and have on their, I don't want to say payroll, but have within their, jurisdiction. So I'm just throwing that out there. But I think if anybody, if we listened to the meeting tape, we could probably come up, which is having to take another 4 hours, but we can come up with all of the bullets that we would need to make points. They were all very well stated, actually. But maybe the borough president has somebody that they can.
I'll get in touch with them on this.
Yeah.
Elizabeth.
Well, if we have no other people with something to say, which is unusual tonight, we might ask somebody if they'd like to recommend adjourning.
I hope that's why your hand is raised, Billy.
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Elizabeth Rose and numerous others have seconded.
Okay. All those in favor?
Thank you all. My God, there's still 70 people here. Thank you all very much. And we will see you and
Enjoy
the